Or where they come from. Send it back, send it back. Every evil arrow, anywhere he come from. Send it, send it, send it back. If a China, if a Jamaica, if a Haiti, where he come from, we send it back. Turn, reverse the curse, reverse the curse, reverse the order, reverse the curse, reverse the order. Somebody said, reverse the curse, yeah, reverse the order. Somebody reverse the curse. Aye. Reverse the order over Jamaica. Reverse the curse, mighty God. Reverse the order. If a king's house, if a God the host, if a the prime minister, if a the opposition, if a politician, if a the liar, come from the doctor, come from Simon, anywhere he come from, reverse the order, reverse the order, break sure, we're coming through, we're coming through, reverse the curse, send back the order, reverse the curse, send back the order, where he come from, anywhere he come from. If a Jamaica, if a Clarendon, if a St. Thomas he come from, St. Mary, up there, send it back, send it back. We don't want to hear ya. Come out of Jamaica, leave we Highland, leave Jamaica, leave Jamaica. We say leave Jamaica. We are going to know Jamaica. We are going to take back 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 Jamaica. We say we want 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 back Mandeville. Say we want back Clarendon. We want back Manchester. So we want back Kingston. We want back Spanish Town. So we want back Canova. Montego Bay happy way. Trelawney happy way. Westmoreland happy way. We are taking back. We want back Jamaica. We are taking back from China. We are taking back from India. We are taking from America. Jamaica, Jamaica. Eternal God, eternal God, eternal God, eternal God, say eternal God, eternal God, eternal Father, eternal Father, eternal Father, say eternal Father, eternal God. We are taking back. We are taking back Jamaica. We are reverse the order. We are reverse the order. We are take back Jamaica. We are reverse the order. We are take back Jamaica. Take it back from the minister. Take it back from the leader. We are taking from witchcraft. We are taking from Hobia. We are taking. We want back Jamaica. Then we want back Jamaica. So we want back Canova. So we want back Kingston. We want back Earl. So we want back Portmore. Say you can't get Portmore. Say you can't get Portmore. We are take it back. Yeah. Everybody, reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order. If you come from China, back to the same. Come from China, back to the same. Come from India. Come from America. Come from China. If you come from India. If you come from Africa. If from Africa you come from. Ghana you come from. Anywhere you come from. fear. We are giving them a word. Wake up, Mandeville. A new day. Expose them. Mighty God, expose them. Loose the true river. Say they got to be prepared. Andrew, the whole of who up there, all the cockroaches, watch out. Jesus Christ is in the air. Politician, you look up for that. You say the mighty man a come. Come, reverse the order. Reverse the order. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Reverse the curse. Reverse the order. Hey. Every evil arrow. Every evil arrow back to the sender. Every evil arrow. Every evil arrow. Send it back, send it back. Back, back, back. Back, 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 back.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live. Share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. So tonight's topic is Crony Capitalism with your host, Mystic Sensation, which is Baron, and technical support, Anne-Marie. And Melting Pot, Pastor Ricky Pinkskew as our panelist. The chat is already gone, so as usual, I am going to give an umbrella welcome to everyone and special shout out to our moderators as well as to our members. Special shout out to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for the additional support. Without any delay, I am going to hand over to Baron, and then the panelists will do their welcome and make special mention of whatever needs to be mentioned.
All right. Thank you for that, wifey. You know, for that usual presentation. Wonderful. Right. Appreciate that. Now, my Jamaican people, right, locally and in the diaspora, right, before I get to the panel as it relates to the usual meet and greet, I just want to give warning of tonight's mission, because we are on a mission. And we will be revealing the crony capitalist, right? The kleptocratic government, the thievery, right, of our treasury. Now, what we are going to reveal tonight, you know, is going to be, we are going to expose, right, some of the persons in the private sector organization, right, that, you know, endorse the criminality. And that is one of the reasons why PSOJ is so silent. We are going to see that the PSOJ, some members of the PSOJ and the government work in tandem to loot from our treasury. We have the evidence. We are going to reveal it tonight. And so then it goes to the funding, campaign funding, right? Where some of these members fund the political party for political kickbacks. You're going to see contracts being given to them, billions of dollars, and where they loop in terms of giving politicians their cut beneath the table. We are going to get into that. And we are going to address some more serious situation. Tonight, we want these people to come in front of the class. Likes like Andrew Holness, likes like Darrell Vaz, likes like Eroy Clark, and his evildoers of bloggers. We are going to expose them tonight for who they are. Drugs barons and thieves. We are going to expose them tonight. We have the evidence. So people, prepare for this. It's a storm tonight. And might be turn a tsunami. Never can tell. Now, let me just go to the panel as it relates to the usual meet and greet. Let me begin with, of course, Lady Spinks, right? Meet and greet as usual.
Good evening, Lady Anne-Marie, Sir Byron, Melting Pot, Pastor Ricky, everyone in the chat, to our president of our party, our chairman, chairwoman, Jane Sec, candidates, members of parliament, Senate members, workers, warriors, voters, and the affiliates of all the PNP. I would like to thank everyone who came out for the Mount Salem Divisional Conference on Tuesday evening. And right now, this evening, we have some warriors out there on a walk with Alan Bernard. And Alan Bernard's campaign website is in the chat. It's pinned there. The link is there. If you want to donate to Alan Bernard and Northwest St. James constituency campaign, please do so. And on Sunday, July the 27th, this month, we have the St. James conference coming up. So save the date. I do not have a confirmation yet on the location, but I'm asking you all to say the date, July 27th, Sunday. We will have a conference in St. James. All 5 constituencies will be meeting on a location soon to be announced.
All right. Take it away, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, excuse me. Good evening again, Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie. God bless you both and your families. Bless you, Lady Pinks and your family. Sir Melting Pat and your family. Everyone in the chat, God bless you and your family. Happy Friday. It's a beautiful day. It's hot, but nevertheless, we give praise and glory and honor to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the God from whom all blessings flow. Tonight, I'm so grateful again to be in the space. We always give thanks for everything, whether it might be big or small. In everything, give thanks. As we are dealing with a kleptocratic government, cronyism, capitalism, an uncaring government that does not care for the poor, the needy, but we see a government that is facilitating the transferring of wealth from the poor and the needy to the greedy, the rich and the greedy. When we think of the 90s meltdown, it's the same players, Paul Cheng Young and Associate, Dan Crawford, Edward Seaga, Audit Shaw, and you have to include the Prime Minister because he worked with Edward Seaga for 2 years before he went into politics in 1997. So he might have been around and probably got a piece of FinSec. We have to find that out. But I mean the 90s meltdown that led to FinSec, excuse me. So when we seen how they transfer the wealth from the poor and that even to Eagle Merchant Bank and other banking system where they all got a lot of loans, that unsecured loans that they knew they weren't going to pay back, that caused the 90s financial meltdown. The Jamaica Labour Party is responsible for that, and we make no apologies because we have the facts. And so every time the Jamaica Labour Party is in office, we see some kind of Ponzi scheme from Seaga and going through the 90s meltdown before Michael Manley took over in 1989. And we see where the BlackRock, Dollar Financial, SSL, another Ponzi scheme, Paul Cheng Young and Associates, these criminals, they just keep robbing the purse, man, and enriching themselves, and they need to be held accountable. And we're looking forward for when the new sheriff, Comrade Leader Mark Golan, forms the new government and his justice minister and his justice system to hold these criminals accountable, seize their assets, freeze their onshore and offshore bank accounts, because they have onshore and offshore bank accounts, trust me. They have onshore and offshore assets as well in other countries. Seize all of that, freeze all of that, sell it after they get convicted and indicted and serving time, and put the money back in the treasury for the people that it originally had belonged to. Back over to you, sir.
All right. Melton Pat, thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. Opening batsman, meet and greet.
As usual, yeah, man. Good night to everyone. You know, big up yourself, King Skew from the West, Blood and Fire comrade, Pastor Ricky, the man who always, come with the message of God, bringing, a bit of truth and justice to the system. I also want to big up Lord Byron, our host, Technical Director Anne-Marie. And I want to say hello to everyone tuning in tonight. Hope you are enjoying your Friday evening so far and looking forward to your jolly weekend. Hope everything will be, to your comfort, and you will find peace and joy in whatever you do in this weekend. Tonight is a night when we shall look at some, revelation as it relates to private sector involving with government and, some unscrupulous transaction that we see surface, and, it involves billions of dollars. We know so well then kickback also involved. So tonight, Lord Byron, we're going to bring out some high-profile information, and we're going to dissect and divulge as we go along. So tune in, make sure everything is there on the table, coffee, tea, popcorn, bottle of water, and just relax and enjoy the show tonight, Mystic Sensation Live. Over to you, Sir Byron.
All right, thank you for that. I just want to speak briefly on a little developing issues as it relates to GLP strategies that they try to apply to suppress us from speaking as it relates to highlighting the corruption. And so then they threaten with lawsuits and all sort of suits, lawsuits and vests and skirt, pants and shirt and all things, what they want to.
A whole department.
Yes, a whole department store that they want to threaten us. And we have seen a situation developing with Andre Stevens, right? We know that definitely, right, that is, some sort of strategy to keep him silent. But again, let me say this to all the corruptors. We are not going to be silent. Yes, we are not going to be silent. And let me say this, for all those persons, whether they want to bring lawsuit against Andre Stevens or anyone who they want to bring lawsuit against, let me say this. We know we have to go through the process of discovery. And yes, when it reaches there, many of them who bring in lawsuit will have to turn around. So let me say that, right? So, yes, bring it on. We are here. And we are providing the facts, particularly where tonight is concerned. Because we are going to push it out there. The more you bring it on, is the more we are going to push it out there. Let me tell you that. Now, and since you are in the lawsuit season, let me begin with Eli Clark. I am going to begin with Eli Clark since the Jamaica Labour Party into the lawsuit season. So Eli Clark, prepare yourself as it relates to any lawyer that you want to bring out. This Mystic Sensation is here. We are not going anywhere. Now, Mr. Eli Clark, let me expose you. I am going to address Keisha Mark. But I want to begin with you because you are the person who groomed these vloggers, right? You are the person who trained these vloggers and tell them to get out there. And as a matter of fact, you applaud these vloggers in Parliament. Who want for Jamaica to witness this, you know? You have applauded these vloggers in Parliament and say that these vloggers, right, are the ones who are responsible, right, for the Jamaica Labour Party success. Now, brought forward to now, when we are speaking the truth, you want to suppress us. You want to draw lawsuit. You want to go into the closet, right? Well, let me tell you something. You're going to have to fling out the closet tonight because we are going to dig deep. And let me say this to you, Eli Clark, right? We have your sweethearts who involved in drugs. Yes, Jamaica. You know, as a matter of fact, I wonder if both of them, because we want both of them to dissect them something, you know, we want to talk about the truth, you know. Yes, Eli Clark, your two sweethearts involved in drugs, and not only that, your sweethearts and baby mother involved in drugs running. They have been arrested. They have been arrested and sent to prison. And yet, you are the deputy speaker, right, for our parliament. We are your two sweethearts, right, sent to prison for drugs. Yes. You want to run out with the lawsuit? No, come follow me. Let me push out the evidence to Jamaica. Now, Mr. Eli Clark, let's dig in for the first picture and evidence, because Jamaica need to know this, that within the Jamaica Labour Party, several criminals are there. Right? And I am stretching across as it relates to all 49 members who endorse criminalities. Let us bring up this picture. No, let's bring up the picture, the first one. Bring up the picture. I know that there's no, I'm going to show you, there's something else with the fisherman thing. So let us just go there.
I have a picture of Patrice and Antonia.
Okay, just follow the instruction here. Just bring up this. Bring up this. Let us get into the information. I want the people them to feed into the information in terms of no. Hope. So what happened to this that I sent?
I didn't see it.
Hold on, let me send it back. Hold on, people, just bear with me. Let me send back this information because I want people to follow me tonight, you know, in terms of here it is. Yes, this.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now let me, you know, these people who involved in their corruption want to attack the integrity boss. Want to attack the integrity boss. The man of integrity, right? Keisha Mark with her out of order self. Out of place. Now people, let us read this. Here it is.
It's not shared yet. Just want to share it now.
Let us just look at this. And I tell you the level of desperation. And that's why Keisha Mark, you are going to be exposed tonight. Because you're out of order, you're bright. No share? Now people look at what Keisha Mark is posting. And look on her statement. Lord of mercy. Master Mark hand must rank. Man stand up and dig or scratch out in backside. Damn nasty. Now the man is stuck in. Look at the evidence, people. The man is stuck in his marina properly. Tuck in. Right? To be tucked properly. And this piece of control, this piece of corrupter, Keisha Mark, right? Definitely, as a result of how she assessed things, Lord of mercy, Master Mark, and must rank, this woman has no form of respect. No form of respect. But, Keisha Mark, we are going to expose you tonight. Take that away. But, Keisha Mark, before I get to you, Keisha Mark, let me get to the person who indulged you in your corruption and the money that you are paying under the table, Keisha Mark. We have the evidence. We have the evidence. Let us deal with the person who train you and indulge you in the corruption. Let us get to the next clip and show Jamaica people, because we create a chronological sequence. We want people to understand. Right? Let us get to right the next clip. Now, Keisha Mark, outside and bright, man of integrity. Right? You have nothing to say about Andrew Wallace and the 470 million running through NCB, where his statutory declaration cannot be certified. Right? Did he sign the code of conduct? Let us show the evidence to the world where Eli Clark, the deputy speaker of the House, endorsing the vloggers, right? Let us show his endorsement for the vloggers. Then why are you talking about us? No, this man went into parliament and endorsed these vloggers. Listen to him. Listen to me.
Me love you no bad. To our social media warriors like Keisha Mark, Alex Higgs, Selena, Oral Campbell, Bridget Watson, Dana Van de Paz, Black Italian, Jay Brown, Alex Jano, Mr. and Mrs. Dottyman, Chopper John West from the Chopping Block, who is our personal Ian Harding. I know that 85% or so of us sitting in Parliament can attest the measurable support of the Chopping Block, especially during the election season.
All right.
Madam Speaker, on the eve of the nomination day in 2016,
Take him away. Take him away. Here is Eli Clark in the parliament endorsing the vloggers and said on the eve of a general election, this is when they utilize the vloggers and they go out with their propaganda. And they are the ones who brought home the victory for them. So they know why Jamaica Labour Party having a problem with investigator like me bringing out the information, the truthfulness, not the propaganda, not the propaganda. Why Andrew Owen, the dictator, have a problem with us when Eli Clark, the deputy speaker, endorsed the Jamaica Labour Party vloggers in Parliament? Let me ask a question here today. Have you heard the opposition leader has ever endorsed any vloggers, whether on the campaign or in Parliament? No. No. You're talking about decency and appropriacy. Right? No. But the Jamaica Labour Party, Eli Clark, deputy speaker, went into Parliament and endorsed their vlogger, Chopper John. We should know that Chopper John, as it relates to food and beverage, got job as a project manager and the Western Regional Children's Hospital. And you see where our money is going, right? Millions being paid to Chopper John that doesn't have the qualification nor the experience. And they went into Parliament and they endorsed him. You heard Eli Clark, Chopper John, and Keisha Mark. These people, right, are nothing but people who are pilfering from our treasury. You have no qualification, Chopper John, as it relates to you being a project manager. But enough of Chopper John. Let me go back to you, Eli Clark, and show you as it relates to your association, you understand, with drugs, right? I'm not saying that you involved in drugs, you know. I'm saying your association. So quote me properly. You're two sweethearts, right? One of the two who has children for you. Both of them caught with drugs and spent time in prison. Evidence. Let us bring up that. Let us go to Patrice Ricketts, Eroy, sweetheart. Let us show the evidence. Yes. Yes. Let us show the evidence, right, that she was present. Let us show the evidence. Now, here it is, Eli Clark. Right? Have you gone in your closet to take out any suit to sew? Yeah, this is their sweetheart. Eli Clark. Patrice Ricketts. Am I lying? You ready to pay your lawyer to sue us? Our register number is 32721-060. That is her number that she had worn on her prison garment while she was in prison. Age 55, race black, sex female, released on the 6th, 1990. Take your first sweetheart away. Come on, phone in. Yeah, out and bright. See the man that took in his shirt in his pants. And you want to come rank yourself to the integrity boss. Out and bright. So then let me expose in the business. make Jamaica know the business. Yes, let us get into the next document. Tanya, the Costa, the second sweetheart, right? Let us get into the second sweetheart. Here I come. Right? Me tell you something, sharpen up the suit them in. How we coming at you. Right? Yeah, run out to the law, you know. Here it is. Tanya da Costa. Register number 61166-053. Age 50. Race black. Sex female. Released on the 6th of 30th, 2003. Is that liar true? Here I come. Huh? Now, let us get to Patrice Ricketts, JP. And now, after that incident, the corrupted Jamaica Labour Party, right, made her into JP. Hey, people, if we're not busy, come here, man. Get info. Yes. Let us show Patrice Ricketts. There's a picture. You're right. Mr. Hero Clark. Patrice Ricketts, JP. Now, just imagine with this criminal government, kleptocratic government, right, had now made the criminal, the drugs baron, a JP. Now, what that JP mean? To me, that JP doesn't mean justice of the peace. Because you can't be justice of the peace and you push drugs. Just imagine. What does a justice of the peace mean? I don't show you here, Clark, what a justice of the peace means. So this JP doesn't mean justice of the peace to me. It means Jacobite and pestilence. That's what that JP means. Patrice Ricketts, the Jacobite and pestilence. People need to go and Google search that and look up for that, and they will see what that means. Yes. Now let us show, right, the Jacobite and pestilence who the Jamaica Labour Party made in a JP. Let us show her what a JP really means. Let us get to the JP document because we have clean up I-13 tonight, you know. We come to clean up I-13 tonight because too much garbage in I-13. So, open batsman, I hope you bring out the heavy bat tonight, you know.
Somebody said in JP.
Because we want, you know, you have to face the shine on the ball. And me know you know if you deal with them spins, yeah. Me know you know if you deal with the fast bowling. Me know you know how to deal with the bouncing. So I can tell them now what the justice of the peace mean. Bring up that. I can show. All right. Justice of the peace. Let us show, right, Patrice Ricketts what this is. Right? Now, a JP is constituted, empowered, and governed by the Justice of the Peace Act 2018. Other critical legislation that empowers a JP, the Justice of the Peace Jurisdiction Act, the Spirit License Act, the Bail Act, and the Law, right, reform. But let us look at the functions of a Justice of the Peace. And people, we are doing this because we want to find out if any drugs pushing in this requirement here. The reason why I'm doing this as it relates to the function of the Justice of the Peace, I just simply want to find out if one of the requirements is pushing drugs. Let us see this. Functions of a Justice of the Peace. In addition to upholding the rights of the citizens, the JP is required to, number one, bulletin point, serve the public in attesting and authenticating documents under the official seal, for example, passport forms, passport size pictures, and banking applications. Bulletin point number 2, perform judicial functions in parish courts or a lay magistrate courts, preside in children courts. Bulletin point number 3, attend children's courts and drug court. Attend children's courts and where? Drug court. So the person who they push drugs now, you understand, is the JP now. What a hypocrisy this. Magnificent. This is how the Jamaican Labour Party functioning now. Now, consider applications for bail. Visit prisons, lockups, children, homes, and homes for the aged. Serve on the licensing authority for spirit license other than wholesale and occasional license. Right? And give counsel and advice. Then, she who they push drugs is giving counsel and advice. Take it away. Make that make sense. Make that sleep in our brain tonight, people, as it relates to the Jamaican Labour Party, the level of corruption through various ministries. Corrupted to the core. The criminals that they put in respective areas. You know what? Rob our treasury. The pilfering across the board. It's a shame. And yet, these vloggers, right? Here you have Hero Clark, right? The deputy speaker of the house, associated with her, with his 2 sweethearts, locked away in prison for pushing drugs. These are the people. These are the people entrepreneurs put to represent us. No wonder why we will not know the 10 illicitors. As a matter of fact, the 9 illicitors, because we know that Andrew Wallace is number 1. So then, is this a government that you want? It's a mistake Jamaica made. 2016, a very serious mistake in putting in Andrew Wallace. Right? And then Andrew Wallace let out the dogs. Who let the dogs out? Andrew Wallace. Let out all the criminals. And that is one of the reasons why, the fundamental reasons why he did not sign the code of conduct. Now, let me turn my attention to Keisha Mack. Come now, Keisha Mack, at your time. Me finish with your boss, you know. You saw me soup up your boss nicely and package your boss. Yeah. So your boss have this now to think about as it relates to our to his 2 sweetheart, the drug baron and the drugs pushers. Now, let me turn my attention to you, Keisha Mack. Let us bring up Keisha Mack's resume for the job that she now has. Let us get into her resume. Right? Let us get into her resume that she had given. Right? And the job that she currently has. Let us deal with that. Now, this is her application, right, for the job. Now, people, look at it. Early Nights, Montego Bay, St. James, October 15, 2021, writing, the chairman, Montego Bay Metro Company Limited, Bogue Industrial Estate, White Sand Beach, PO, Montego Bay, St. James. Now, let us get into her application. Dear Sir, Madam, re-application for general manager position. She don't have no qualification, you know. The general manager position, you know. No qualification when we go on LinkedIn. No qualification she doesn't have. Watch this, people. As per advertisement in the Western Mirror dated Friday, October 15, 2021, I hereby apply for the position of general manager within your organization. And them tell her to do it, you know. because they are going to give her the job. Because she blocked for them. When I watch this now, people, I possess the requisite skills to lead and mobilize a team to ensure that the organization goals and objectives are met. Now, Keisha, I want you to understand everything where you say yesterday now, because the next document I bring up a bangarang, you know, for you, you know, Keisha. Additionally, I am self-motivated, honest, hardworking, and reliable individual who believes that I will be an asset to your establishment. No, it is not like you have any form of degree or anything, right? What you use and get the job. Self-motivated, and you're so-called honest. Well, we're going to show the people them that you're not honest. And you're hardworking and reliable. We're going to show the people them that you're not reliable. Individual who believes that I will be an asset to your establishment because you are blogging. No, watch this. Hence, I am confident that if given the opportunity, the company's expectations will be met. This is what is said in Keisha. This is what is said. Thus creating the opportunity for further growth and development of the organization. We're not going to see which for the organization, billions of dollars being robbed under Keisha Mack's supervision. Now remember everything what she said to people. Let me read it back over. Hence, I am confident that if given the opportunity, we should know you're going to get the opportunity. The company expectations will be met, thus creating the opportunity for further growth and development of the organization. Papa Jesus. Attaches a copy of my resume which gives further details of my abilities and experience. Your favorable response is anticipated, and I will be able to attend an interview at any time convenient to you. You didn't have to go for even an interview. You know, already get the job already because of the corruption. You block for them so they go get something. You understand? Just like how they get Chopper John. You understand? And Chopper John have no qualification and no experience. Right? Take it away. You're juggling. You're show the people them the living corruption of Andrew Holness. Anytime Andrew Holness come in any community, run him where people, run him where. Now, people, let us get into where Keisha Mack worked. That there was a special audit that done. Let us tell you what the audit found, what the audit established, and what Keisha Mack said in the letter there in terms of applying for the job. But when Keisha Mack got the job, what did Keisha Mack do? What did Keisha Mack do? Keisha Mack dip and dive in the people's treasury without any delay. Bring it up. So Andrew Holness don't need and want anyone who is honest and trustworthy. People who are honest and trustworthy make Andrew Holness vomit. Yeah, because he's not of that type, being honest and trustworthy. Andrew Holness like when them thieves to the core. Let us bring up that. Minister of Science and Energy, Mobile Metro Special Audit Final Report. Let us get into that report. Panel, just wait a minute, let me just juggle down because this is the last thing and then we get to the panel to break it down. Let us show because that's why I want, make sure you are taking the notes. So when we come to the panel can, deal with it accordingly. This is it. Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport, Montego Bay Metro Special Audit, Final Report, Keisha Mack. This is the place where you manage and remember your promise, hard work, and your promise that the institution will benefit. Let us get into it, Sister Keisha Mack. Let us get into that executive summary, right? In keeping with her portfolio, responsibility under the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport, the Permanent Secretary requested the assistance of the Internal Audit Unit to conduct a special audit of the activities of the Montego Bay Metro. The review including the risk and control processes of the procurement, cash management, reporting, and governance activity. Background. 1.2. Montego Bay Metro was set up in 1997 as a private entity to manage the operations of a dedicated school bus service in Montego Bay. This continued until July 2000 when a pilot municipal bus service was introduced. MBM currently operates the municipal and school transit system of the Western region, which is comprised of the Montego Bay metropolitan region, Trelawney, and Hanover. Let us look on the objectives. Audit objectives. The following were the objective of the audit: to determine whether effective and efficient system of control exists at the governance level in accordance with the corporate governance framework and the PBMA, to determine whether adequate and effective controls were in place to ensure the completeness and accuracy of cash and bank balances, and that balances are adequately safeguarded in accordance with the FFA Act and instruction. People, bangarang there. Keisha Mark, step up. And I want the Integrity Commission investigators to investigate you, Keisha Mark, to ascertain whether revenues and expenditures are adequately controlled and accurately and completely recorded in accordance with the FFA Act and instructions. To determine whether procurement activities were consistently done with due regard for the principles of value for money and in compliance with the procurement policy. To assess the entity level of compliance with its reporting obligation. Let us get into it. The special audit was conducted during the period February 1 to March 22nd, 2024, and encompassed the review of records and documents, interview of persons, and inspection of facilities related to the following areas. Let me get down there now. Right? Number 1, 4 categories: governance and corporate reporting, bank and cash; 3, procurement and expenditures; 4, revenue and receivables. The audit scope will cover the period March 2022 to January 2024. 1.5 now deal with the methodology. Let us look into that. In order to take in the special audit, the strategies employed including gathering information from key process owners that are responsible for performing governance, risk, and control activities in the areas reviewed. Number 2, the relevant policies and procedures documents that were made available to us were pursued to understand the process surrounding the auditable activities. People, I want you to tune in and listen in. Identify key risks and related internal controls that exist for the relevant processes. 4, examination of select supporting documentation to evaluate the design and operating effectiveness and efficiency of the process areas reviewed. 5, communicated and confirmed observation and improvement opportunities with process owners. Let us look for the bangarang people. See the bangarang now, people? When you come, people, see the whole of the bangarang now. Make me show you the bangarang people. Right? I want to see the bangarang. I want to see the bangarang. Summary of the significant findings and recommendations. Now look for the bangarang now, people. Now, the criteria: compliance with Government of Jamaica Corporate Governance Framework and Public Bodies Management Act. See that? Not met. See the stick there, people? See the top heading here? Not met. See the stick there? Not met. Look for what happened now, people. No corporate secretary appointed, right? No board minutes not signed by chairman. Can you imagine? A criminality, this, you know? No board meeting in 3 months. 2.16 strategic plan, operational plan, and budget have no evidence of board approval or review. People cannot believe this. Can you believe this? Shana Gay, Keisha Mark. No, ineffective board committees Right? So you don't have no oversight. Keisha Mark, make sure so you don't have no oversight, no strategic plan, operational plan, and budget have no evidence of board approval or review. Keisha Mark, ineffective board committees, no self-evaluation done for the board. No people. Andrew Wallace, Darren Vance, put this a woman to manage the Jamaican affairs. No documented and approved SOP, simply mean standard operating procedures. Criminal to the core. Unauthorized changes to the MOF and P prescribed reporting structure. Can you imagine? The reporting structure. She went and edit all of that. Now go on and read some more. Now, the recommendations. Here, this is the recommendation for that breakdown. We want to know understand it now, people. Remember what we are dealing with now. The first criteria is compliance with Government of Jamaica Corporate Governance Framework and Public Bodies Management Act. That is what we are dealing with, right? Want to not forget it. And there it is, stick, not met. This criteria not met under Keisha Mark, criminal Keisha Mark. So this is the recommendation now for that. The board of directors, in support of good governance, should move with alacrity to what? Ensure the board is properly constituted, staffed and operating effectively. Number 2, perform the self-evaluation annually. And number 3, perform performance evaluation for the general manager annually, which is Keisha Mark. Ensure that the SOP are completed, approved, and implemented. Now, let us go down to criteria number 2, people. May I show you the criminality with Keisha Mark? And that's why we show the application letter in terms of what Keisha Mark said, that if she being employed, the institution, you understand, will lift up in the light beam and illuminated with righteousness. But look, let us look at criteria number 2, people. Compliance with the FFA Act and instruction regarding the maintenance of government bank accounts of Bangarang after people. See, not met. My Jamaican people, there it is. The special audit, not met. Ineffective bank reconciliation control backside. You don't know what that means, people? Ineffective bank reconciliation control. That means all expenditures, none of that being recorded. People that pay money to people, you understand, without no checks and balance. Ineffective bank reconciliation control. People that do what they want to do, bypassing all the procedures, right? And checks and balance system. This is what it means. Ineffective bank reconciliation control. Now, let us look at 2.2.2. Unreviewed and undated bank reconciliation. Backside. Unreviewed and undated bank reconciliation. So, no look upon them, some of the people. Right? Look upon them something here. Inaccurate bank reconciliations. That mean the real information that's supposed to put into the report has been edited. This is a serious trouble. This is a prison work. Keisha Mark, we are asking the Integrity Commission to look into this inaccurate bank reconciliation. Look at this now. Late lodgement of funds up to 4 years late. Whatever the backside is. Keisha Mark, no, you say if you get the job, right, the institution will follow all the policies and guidelines. No, you said, Keisha Mark, the application that we read before this document, when you were looking the job, no, you said you will follow all the guidelines and principles. You know what you know, people? Look on 2.2.7, depletion of over 25 million in project funds with no significant projects undertaken. Mighty God of Daniel. be giving out a warning. Papa Jesus, the preaching of over 25 million in project funds with no significance project undertaking. That means money are pure and no evidence that job being done. People don't understand that what I say? 2.7 money being paid out over 25 million, right? And no signs, no evidence that job has been done. Mighty God of Daniel. No, sir. No, sir. And you want to let them a people you employ. You under advice. No. What is the risk rating? See that? High. The risk rating is high. And what is the recommendation? Let us hear what the recommendation says. Management should ensure the bank reconciliations and all similar controls bear the signature of the preparer and the date of preparation. All should be subject to timely and effective review and should be signed and dated by the reviewer as evidence of the sale. A separate bank account should be created to prevent commingling, right, and allow for the proper accountability and transparency in the use of the project funds. No, they don't want no accountability. That's why they do it. They don't want any accountability. So when you are telling them this, you understand, you are telling them something of a mash up their money plan, they don't want no accountability. Let us go to criteria number 3, my people. Compliance with the duty of care per occupational health and Safety Act 2017. See there, for the state people, see the stick there, and stick there, not met. Not met. 2.3.1, dilapidated workshop placing life and property in danger, left unaddressed for over 5 years. Then on the same thing we not do with the hospital. That's the same thing tough to do with the hospital. Heavy ministry, who know that can rob, who know that can loot from taxpayers. What is the recommendation? Management is encouraged to give due priority to the health and safety of staff and to act in a manner which safeguard the assets of the entity. You know, that's why Daryl Vaz go get all boss kind of business with the emission. You understand? From the diesel engine. America garbage bin, America fling out, you understand, you go take it up, you understand, just in order, right, to rob $1.4 billion and to put the majority of money in a you and Andrew Warner's pocket, right? You know, criminal. Now, compliance with reporting requirement, procurement. You know, this is not people. See that? Not met. See, not met. This is embarrassing. Kishama. And you come and run out, they talk about the Prime Minister, Han rank and this and rare, you're outer than bright in a Kishama. When you're all dirty thief, no. 89.5 million in contracts, each exceeding 500,000, not reported to the OCG Integrity Commission. Kishama, put the people have money there. Kishama, I ask a question. You run out, you know, things that have this fear. In Kishama, you never know something have this year. You know, 89.5 million in contracts, each exceeding 500,000, not reported to OCG Integrity Commission. Hey, listen to me. I see, you make sure that you set up on a report, you know, because this is a criminal you have to go to prison, you know. Kishama, make sure, and as a matter of fact, we want a ATI, access to information. You understand? Me and Rattigan go line on this. Don't worry yourself, Kishama. Don't worry yourself. We're going to put you in your place. See that? The risk high. It is recommended that management ensure all contracts that exceeded 500,000 is reported to the Integrity Commission as per Integrity Commission Act. As per Integrity Commission Act. All dirty criminal. That's why I want to take taxpayers' money. You understand? And for vlog, you understand? And you want to set you, leech you out. You know, leeches from taxpayer, right? Robbing the country's revenues, compliance with the FFA Act and instruction regarding the control, receipt, and payment of government funds. Watch out. See there? Not met. Payments made without purchase order. People know watch the bang around here. Payments are made without any purchase order. The level of criminality, Kincha Mark. Where the Jamaican people money them there? Where the taxpayers money them there? You know watch this one, people. 2.5, 0.4 missing payment from GL. General Ledger. 2.510 payment requisition process without signature of the general manager, King Shamak. Can you imagine? King Shamak, see your criminality, payment requisition process without signature of general manager, right? 3, accounts 25, accounting officer 185. Look on this. Deductions taken from staff for cash shortages reimbursed to them through petty cash. Nearly 2 million in unapproved charters. 50% of all charters. Keisha Makia, they are living criminal. 2.7.1. 33% of this deposit slips, totaling 2.6 million missing. Second corroborating signature. The criminality where you carry to the municipal. The criminality Keisha where you carry to the municipal. Short lodgement of collections, late lodgement of collections, pattern of late non-recovery of shortages, 113 days to 3 years. Mighty God of Daniel, man. Stop speaking to the Jamaican people and the man, take it away. Controlness, me I talk to you. And you come out and seek a third term. I want to you, boss. Mr. Criminal, what happened to you when you seek third term? Come on, man. Wake up. Step away from the investigation and make the investigation proceed, man. You understand? You need to put into the judiciary. Put into the judiciary and you need to explain your work, man. You've set up all of your criminals for robbers. Melting pot. The opening batsman. Take the first shine.
Thank you, Sir Byron. Well, this is one of the reasons why, the code of conduct is vitally necessary going forward in our political era. Because, first and foremost, Eli Clark would not be a member of parliament to be the deputy speaker in the House of Parliament. Simple on the fact that he had 2 relationships where his spouse were apprehended, charged, and sentenced for drugs trafficking of a Class A substance known as cocaine. So that would have theoretically disbarred him from participating in representation politics. So we would not have the creation of this GLP social media warrior in the first place, where we saw the same individual taken to the podium in the House of Parliament and making high remarks about the social media warrior playing a vital role in 85% of the elected candidate being, being like owing responsibility to these social media warrior for their success. So that was highlighted and well documented. And out of that same group of social media warrior, we get 2 managers. One a project manager and one a general manager. That has cost taxpayers a vast amount of money. People that were given position without having the requisite application to go along with the position. When you look at Keisha Mack application, it says nothing about what she attained in her grade. It was all garbage in that application. That application should have gone into file 13 immediately. But for some reason, she ended up getting the position, and we saw the demolition job that she performed in dismantling that business, basically, when you look at all the variances that happen under her tenure, after submitting an application that says she's hardworking and she's honest and she's everything that you can expect, she will also transform the group of people that will be working alongside her. And she's reliable as an individual. Now, we don't see any form of reliability. What we saw is criminality, for want of a better phrase. And so we see where millions of dollars has left that entity. No wonder it's under such a great strain economically, where it has to be subsidized to the tune of over $11.8 billion recently. And now it's somewhere totaling close to $20 billion in losses. And we are talking about the GUTC, it comes under that umbrella. So Keisha Mack, we know she's a criminal. We know she was given the position by the Jamaica Labour Party. She did not go through an rigorous application routine where she was put up alongside other candidates. It was just a one-off thing that they just advertised just to show some form of compliance-ness with what is required. But nobody attended that application hearing with her. But the problem also linked Darrell Vaz. And it also linked Andrew Holness.
Exactly.
Keisha Mack didn't just end up there because Eli Clark, whatever. No. You have big wigs at the top that orchestrated that appointment. Both hers and Trapper John. So what we are looking at here now is a party that pride itself upon criminality, pick people out of society who has no qualification and place them in high profile job because they are bloggers for the party or some form of random supporters. And this does not enhance the future of a country, because what you are looking at is shortfall incoming in terms of mindset and the nuances of the position that they hold down as project manager and general manager. They are incompetent to begin with. They are dunce, they are lunatic, they are fool, they are garbage, and they are placed in high profile position. So the only reason why they put them there is to steal the money. And it goes all the way back to Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness running the country has to know where every money is spent and how it is spent. So when money is missing, just look at the players. You can, put the jigsaw puzzle together. You can find who is conducting the orchestra. You understand? Because that's what they're doing. It's like a music orchestra when it comes to robbing the country wealth. So we have to just take a look at her, and she must be charged and, recoup some of those $millions that was gone astray. Because she was doing so much illegal activity. It's unbelievable. She had no corporate, she had no corporate secondary appointed, secretary appointed. You understand? That simply means that place was running without a secretary.
No checks
She
and
had
balance.
no checks and balance. She had no board meeting not signed by chairman. No board meeting in 3 months.
Crazy.
And all these things. Yeah. And when you look at it, $25 million in public funds that gone, But the compliance with the FAA Act instruction regarding the maintenance of government bank account. How comes that not in our government bank account?
It's crazy.
And nobody not looking at it, the permanent secretary? Not looking at that? You have late lodgement. You have inaccurate bank recollection. You have unreviewing and undated bank reconciliation. You have ineffective bank reconciliation. All of these variances. So why is Keisha Mack still in that position?
But why Andrew want to still be the prime minister?
Well, that's also attached to it.
Yeah.
So we are seeing now the prime minister can't go anywhere. The unscrupulous people them won't put in some high profile job where I rob the money where everybody see and know.
Why that Rimper return?
Why that Rimper return? Why Royal Reid is still on the campaign trail? Why all these corrupted people are around Andrew Wallace and still, facilitating in his, whole entourage affair? But this is ridiculous and this is madness. You have dilapidated workshop, placing life and property in danger for over 5 years, no look at, no touch. You have 85.5 million in contract, each exceeding over 500,000, not reported to the OCG or the Integrity Commission. No, man. Then you have payment now, requisition, processing now, without the signature of the general manager. So Keisha Mack business.
You can't make it up. You can't make it up.
No, this is Keisha Mack business as it relates to the Science and Energy Ministry and Telecommunication Affair one. No Vaz now. Him at that ministry there, What him have to say about this? What Killer Vaz have to say about this?
Yeah.
What Andrew Wallace have to say about this? So right now, we are look on this thing as, it gone too far, and I mean, for a blogger, for two bloggers now come in and rob the country them amount of money. We are talking about billions of people. Between Chopper John and Keisha Mack,
Billions.
Billions. Them two bloggers there gone with. And we not get no performance from them because you can't see everything as it relates to Keisha Mack. This is an underperformer. Because in the first place, she never qualified for the position. Our application not show no level of qualification that would warrant she being employed for this position. It's the same thing with Chopper John. He's a man who can cook a pot, a roadside pot, or a bush pot, but he is a project manager.
Yeah, well, let the melting pot. Look what John Smith said, because that is very, very, very much important. The JUTC is projected to lose 18 billion for financial year operations 2025/2026 before Vaz politicking put barrel of the all 93 diesel school buses, right, which is going to carry high maintenance costs. So then remember that Andrew wanted to talk about that he had done a feasibility study. You understand? We have old buses added now to the problem. You understand? Come on, it's sick. Go ahead, Martin.
And George Smith, right, because I just project the same number, 18 billion. Yeah. So, we have problem, and I mean, the country can't take no more of this labor government. You understand? It can't take no more of the robbery where them carry out right across the ministry them. Because, the country is at a loss. And the masses is suffering because of these few undesirable people we have in our society, led by Andrew Wallace. The massive of the people are suffering immensely. I mean, education gone because of the funds we are missing from the country coffers. The health system mash up because of these same knock-on effect. You understand? Because anywhere the money is that belongs to the country, and it get robbed, it have a knock-on effect.
Exactly.
Going down the line, you understand? So
a ripple effect.
It's a ripple effect.
Yeah.
The road them can't fix. The water supply system dilapidated. People can't get water. You understand? And then the high cost of food price is down to these type of activity that we are talking about right now. Because this puts strain from the Jamaican dollars. It also keep our debt borrowing at a high percentage at all time, where the interest that we are incurring is so much unbelievable. So we are stuck with this $3.8 trillion. It is staring us in the face. So as long as a good government can come now and sort of balance back everything and get things moving in the right direction. But this is having a bad, reputation for the country going forward. Because the widespread criminality is far and wide. Every ministry, every area you can think of is being get hit by these high robbers in society in Jamaica. Them have no compassion for no ministry where them working at, because it is something that is coordinated and carefully orchestrated by Andrew Wallace. So these players who you see participating, they have no fear.
Exactly.
Because Andrew lay out the blueprint. You can't go to prison. I have the DPP. We have a thing named statute of limitation. We also did not sign the code of conduct. And we have all these things going in our favor. But Andrew, I tell you, have a next guest coming. You have a next guest coming. Because one thing where you're not having in your favor is the general election. That out of your hands altogether. And that is where every all house a come tumble down one time for you. And all the players them who are associated with you will be caught up in this vast scandal of corruption. So everybody prepare. All of you know who you are. Get ready and prepare. Because the blood and fire comrade revolution will be in office soon. And that's where when the table will turn. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
Awesome impact there, quite impactful. Of course, let us squeeze in Lady Spinks right in the sandwich there. Lady Spinks, what say you on the matter?
Thank you, Uncle Byron. Let us see now. So that is why we see the more bloggers are coming out, because they want their slice of the pie to either be a project mismanager or a general mismanager.
Yes.
Because how can you be unqualified for a job and you are so brave enough to go to that office and sit there every day, collect pay to mismanage an entity, mismanage the money and be a cog in the machinery of corruption?
Yes.
These two persons right now are like parasites.
They are. Don't use
Growing,
Pinks, don't use a simile. That's a strict metaphor. They are
parasites.
They are
They are
parasites.
parasites.
Yes.
Growing up, we used to call some people social parasites, people who want to climb up in society and they want to, be at every party and depend on everybody and always begging and always, they're pests to people. And we call them social parasites. But these people are financial parasites. They are taxpayer parasites. Chopper John, scammer latrine. And this lady, how can you have people working in an environment that is unsafe? Going forward, I would like this new government coming in to go through every government building, because personally, I have been to government schools and I question the building codes that have been broken on some of our even other government entities. I have been to them and I've seen several building codes that have been broken. And going forward, I would hope Mark Golden put this in his pockets and go through every school, every hospital, every clinic, every fire station, every government agency, and make sure they are building code compliant. This is serious. This is serious. Keisha Mark, you are describing every time a JLP blogger come out at Mark Golden, I keep asking them, why not attack your prime minister? Why not address your prime minister? Why not address your prime minister why he's taking the IC to court? Why is your prime minister having 28 bank accounts? Why is your prime minister not paying taxes in the country that he's leading? He's a hypocrite. Look how many companies that he has that does not pay taxes here. He started a company in St. Lucia to avoid paying taxes here. He's not paying civil servants. He's not raising their pay. Teachers not getting their pay on time. Many civil servants are suffering, have their mortgages and their car payment and their families to take care of and are struggling. A teacher friend of mine told me that almost 2 years he worked without before collecting his pay because the government have a system where when a new teacher starts teaching at a school, they wait about a year or two to pay them one time and then collect the taxes for that year or 2 year from their pay one time. This need to stop. After a person go through 4 years, 5 years, getting their education, being qualified to become a teacher, you're gonna punish them again for another year. One of my cousins gave up teaching, because he was teaching, not being paid, and he has a young baby. As a young man, he has a young baby, need diaper and formula. Are you gonna withhold their pay for a year? How encouragement? What kind of encouragement is that? And yet you have people like Chopper John, Scammer Latrin, and Keisha Mack, because they are blogging, uneducated, having access to money that teachers don't even have access to. And I'm just using teachers as an example, one entity, one civil servant entity in our country who are disrespected every month by their salary. Because we have members of parliament sitting in there who barely scraped through high school and only graduate because somebody paid for them to pass through the high school and get a certificate because CXC does not know them. Right? We have many members of parliament right now without any CXC qualification sitting in there dictating to us how to run this country. And again, having unqualified, because Chopper John right now, the only thing he should be mixing is dumpling, fried dumpling. And you have him there dictating to people on a project over $24 billion gone so far, cannot finish, have no completion date. I have never seen this. I am in construction, and whenever you take up a project, you have to have a completion date. And if something goes over, you have to explain to the client why it went over. Every penny has to be accounted for. Chopper John, I am telling you this. We need the accounts of every dollar, every nail, every screw for that project. Keisha Mack, we're coming for you too. Any other blogger that is out there blogging for the GLP and is in a position, do the respectable thing. Choose Jamaica and resign from your position because they are only using you to enrich themselves. Because right now, I am sure Chopper John and Keisha Matt can't even afford a good lawyer because I'm sure they only collect the money and pass it on to somebody else. It doesn't stop with them. They are just a cog in the machinery of stealing and scamming taxpayers' money. And these leeches, these parasites need to be removed. It sticks to my stomach when I read that document today. It turns my stomach to know we are out here, honest people, working every day. And these people are robbing us, looking in our faces and taking from us every day. Is there any government agency that is not corrupt right now? Is there any honest GLP worker right now? Is there any honest GLP general manager right now? This is sickening. It is very sickening. And Jamaicans, please, when you go out there, especially my people from St. James, you cannot, because if this happened in St. James, what happened in the other parishes? That is why we're going to go into an $18 billion debt for the bus company because of corruption. If every manager in every parish is doing this, what's going to happen to the bus system? Think about it, because there's one person reporting like this. What about the other bus managers? What about the other general managers for the bus company? Cornwall Regional Hospital doesn't even have an ambulance right now. And we've gone through $25 billion spending on construction. Right now, I know of somebody who I know from I was a child. And from January, she has been scheduled to do an operation because she has a kidney stone from January. And they put her from Cornwall, then they send her to KPH, then they send her to this hospital, and that hospital from January until now. And today I spoke to her. It hurts when someone is in pain. Think of it, from January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and she cannot have the operation to have the kidney stones removed. And she's been shuffled from one hospital to another. Why these knuckleheads sit there laughing at us every day and say, look at them stupid people over there being honest and respectful and having their good name while they're over there scamming us and laughing at us every day. Jamaicans, when you go out to vote, you must, I'm asking you, because when you look at it, Hero Clark and his associates are tearing down Janice Allen's posters in Montego Bay, vandalizing her political posters to break her spirit, but her spirit will not be broken. Hero Clark, it will not work. So anybody who is tearing down any posters in St. James, it will not break the spirit of the children of Sam Sharp. We remember that. Sam Sharp did what he did, and the same strength and the same power and the same God that protects Sam Sharp and gave him strength to do what he did in his time is the same thing that's walking with us right now. The same spirit. St. James spirit. People will not back down from you, Hero Clark, Chopper John, and Keisha Mark, and all of you who's doing all of this to break our spirit. We will come out and we will vote. And we will vote. Trust me. I yield the floor to someone else. I'm upset right now.
I know that Pastor Ricky, right, is going to level the playing field when he comes in. But before Pastor Ricky comes in, let me just hear from this caller, right, what she's saying, because she's one of the concerned citizens of Jamaica, and she want her voice to be heard. Yes, Sister Carla, you're on Mystic Sensation Lab. Go ahead.
Good night, everyone. Good night, good night, good night to everyone in the chat.
Blessing night.
First of all, Mystic, I commend you so much. This is hard work.
Thank you.
For all these findings. And I just want to thank you for the hard work you are putting out, you and the other bloggers as well. Now, Keisha Mack, this woman, this parasitic woman is on Facebook. She take up Facebook. And every day she would be posting something about the PNP, Mark Golding, his wife. And also, up to this morning, I went on Facebook and there she was talking about PNP mashing up JUTC buses. Big Mama too, did I talk about it too? And some others from hosts from Nationwide. And she always have a whole lot to say about the PNP. So now I'm understanding this from Brother Baron. She better not go back on Facebook. If it was me like she, well, she's listening, you know. Take off yourself. Because you're a corrupted individual, lady. Exactly. And you're biased. You're hypocritical. Which part you say PNP and mash up JUTC bus? And I say, and them leader, tell them to do it. Lady, may I ask you, please, brush your teeth properly when you're calling Marky G name. You hear, lady?
Exactly.
And you are a damn scammer. I'm saying it loud and clear.
Loud and clear, sis.
Stop chop government money, taxpayers' money. You must be held accountable. Keisha Mack. You know, people, when I read some of the comments on Facebook from the people in the comment section, it's clear. Clear. They don't know what is going on in their country. And it behooves us who know the truth to get it out there. Shut them down. Because they are going now on Facebook, taking over Facebook. And when I watch Mark Golding, Andrew Holness, he's going now into the communities. I want to look at that man's face and the people lauding him and all that he's doing to hide the wrong he has done, this corrupted prime minister. When I look at Andrew Holness' face, I cannot understand what's going on in that mind. How can you don't play all of this, Andrew Holness? How can you do that? Andrew Holness, you need to resign. It's dirty, it's nasty, it's mucky. The situation every day, something new. People, we have to find a way to get it out there, the truth. Their supporters don't know what is going on. And so that they talk, and oh, he's the best prime minister, and he's this, and he's doing this. And see, he's bringing in buffets and this. And you see the junkie one, she was a wife, she's another one, because she look like she'll take some coke. Because she looks so unstable. They just don't behave themselves as people who are representative. You know? They just go on with the dirty, low-down stuff. I butcher them, you know? They are butchers. Definitely. They don't know how to emulate good decency in public. They don't know that. Watch the Labour Party carefully. Even size 13, how they behave, how they project themselves. These people coming to make decisions on Jamaican people who are working hard to pay taxes. They are so careless. This is why the country is what it is. Because that's how they behave and that's how they operate. That's how they run in the country. bedroom style and all of those type. No.
Yes.
It's too low. Jamaica need to rise up. Look, it's down, no value. It lacks decency. No, them have to go. They have to go. Too much of the same makes nothing good.
Definitely, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Melton Pot, I agree,
Hello.
It is Mark Golden. The PNP will have to come to make a balance, in the financial sector of the government. But look, I don't say no. But with all of that, they must be held accountable. No, the Prime Minister is standing in the way. So as justice is not meted out to them. He's doing everything. He's downplaying this thing as if it's nothing. It's just stop and you go. No, you must be held accountable. Every organization, every ministry under your governance is fall short of taxpayers' money and your owners. You have the people who question sign is on their name for investment in taxpayers' money. Their readers on the trail, readers on the trail. It shouldn't be even seen in public.
Exactly.
Is on the campaign trail?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Prime Minister, where's the decency? This is how you want to run Jamaica? No. You have to have some standard about it, sir. You're too low. And you just cannot understand the mind of our Jamaican people. When I see him greeting the people and carrying on, I said, oh my God, if God was like man, you wouldn't be standing. You wouldn't. You better thank God for his mercies every day. For you to be doing something like this and you walking free. Come on, sir. If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. And you just have the country in disarray and carrying on. Thief left, right, and center. And you say nothing. You just go about it's normal. Dishonesty and keeping legalized in Jamaica.
Yes, you want to
You know that. That's what you're telling us right now, sir. And you let's come on. You need to do that. You need to man. Come on. It's too much. Most below don't want you to go. If it could go up. You know what? Mainstream media and first and things like these, you will see something come up in the news, they clean up. So like we take social media and put it out there. Put it out there, and then we're thieves. Yes, it's true. It's been for the PMP. Oh my God. We see the dishonesty. We see the hypocrisy. You cannot go on. You want to tell me that they want to think that the PNP is weak? No. There is so much. There is so much for them to be held accountable, Mr. Byron. People, there is so much for the JP government to be held accountable that their supporters are unaware of it. How can we find another way or other ways and means to get it out there so that they know? They need to know because they don't believe. They think it's a lie, and after honest, make believe it's a lie too. Even not own up to anything. We can't wait on the answer. How can we do this, people? How can we let them know that this is truth? By research, it is truth. How can we? I don't know. I have to go sit down and think myself.
All right.
I have to go sit down. Mr. Byron, these things is just crazy. Keisha, no go back on Facebook. Don't you go back. Because you're criminal to do. Okay, so you don't go back on Facebook and talk nothing. You shut your mouth. Okay, so, Mr. Brown, I don't know. Yes. But their supporters, they don't believe that these things are happening. They don't believe. What are Jonas taking in good going into the communities? They don't believe. And we need them to understand and know that this is all truth. It's all truth. Because nobody will be coming on social media to put their thoughts online.
Exactly.
Nobody will do that.
Exactly.
So, I don't know if the PNP can do more. If the PNP party, they can do more. Get it out there. It needs to be out there. Keisha needs to be out there.
All right.
You saw that coming out now. You saw everything just covered smooth. Like they say, it's a 9-day talk. It's done.
Yeah.
The drill there the same way, you know. The dead babies is there same way, you know. The bus is the $1.4 billion. The bus is still there, and there is more. It's a mountain.
May I have some more to come out with tonight?
Of corruption.
I just come out with it. I just come out. Yeah.
Oh.
All right, my sister.
Anyway, thank you for the time.
Blessings.
Thank you, sir. People, and bless you. God be with you now.
All right.
Good work you're doing, and for letting your voices heard.
All right. Thank you so much.
It takes a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
All
be
right.
with you too.
All right. My brother, Pastor Ricky, as you know, as it relates to the level of corruption that you have seen there, the special audit that came out and, you know, showed Jamaica as it relates to under Keisha leadership, what transpired there. Come in, Pastor Ricky, because I-13 need to clean up.
Yeah. First of all, Sheroy Clark was wrong to use the parliament, a place of legislation, to pass laws in Jamaica to highlight lies and deception that the bloggers used in 2016 to help a criminal to occupy Jamaica House. So he should have used that opportunity at a party conference, meeting, or a gala or something, but to highlight criminality, knowing that the prime minister, who was hungry for power and couldn't wait to get his hands on the reign of government, to continue his criminalities from 2007 when he was Minister of Education. And Sheroy Clark was despicable in that attempt that he did, and I'm surprised he wasn't held accountable for it. Secondly, I am not surprised that even the bloggers are, you know, implicated in all of these corruptions. If you look at how the Jamaica Labour Party, how they operate and formulate their government, they, from the prime minister onward, they put people in place to head agencies that are not qualified. We can say Chang, for example, he's not a security person. He should be in the medical field. We can say the Minister of Health, Dr. Det, he's a PR guru. He's not a real medical MD doctor. Faval was there. She failed at education, and she's now in finance and don't know what she's doing. So, I mean, we can look across the whole entire government. The prime minister, he lacks leadership skills. And so when you look at Keisha Mock, who used a resume that someone wrote for her to beef up her qualifications to justify the reason why she was applying for this job when it was given to her. She probably didn't even need a resume to get it. She was handpicked for the job. It was an insider opportunity that was given into her to continue to use her to continue corruption, criminality, as Sir Melting Pot point out, she didn't keep any minutes. She didn't have any board meetings. Her ledger in terms of keeping documentations was not there, and 25 million, I believe, was inappropriately mismanaged, misspent, unaccounted for. And being a general manager for the Metro company in Montego Bay, as a general manager, you're supposed to oversee the functions and the operations under the Ministry of Transportation, Energy, Technology. But she wasn't qualified, just like the current MP. He's not qualified. He hasn't done one single thing for energy other than announce we're going to start negotiate with JPS. He hasn't done anything for transportation other than try to replenish JUTS buses that was they allowed to run down from the 460 that they inherited from the People's National Party. He hasn't done anything for technology. Comrade Philip Powell, and the PJ Patterson administration already laid the foundation for the digitalization, the transformation of telecommunications and technology for Jamaica that we're having now, that we're using. So he's a failed MP. You go to West Portland, the people are suffering. The roads are deplorable. There's people are living in zinc houses and board houses. I mean, it sells the bridge that fell down hasn't been fixed. The roads are big sinkholes. So the whole government are just failure period. And when them put she in the space of managing transportation with no clue, no training, she doesn't have a degree, for her position, and to put her in that space. And now we're seeing, based upon the documents that you went over, mismanagement of taxpayers' funding, missing inappropriation of government and taxpayers' funding as it relates to the 25 million. I mean, I am not surprised, because the same thing that happened at the Metro company in Montego Bay is happening cross government-wide. And so when you look at how the Prime Minister, who's at the head of the government, how he uses bloggers in 2015, but now to tell lies and spread lies on Mama P when he was so desperate and hungry to continue his criminality. But his now paid bloggers from Positive Media, they're all failures. None of them can make one. They put them out there like baits, to spread lies and propaganda with Big Mama at the head of them all. And so all of these criminals and corrupt people that the Prime Minister has appointed, they need to understand that when this general election is come and pass, and the new government under the leadership of Comrade Leader Mark Golden, a former justice minister, one who honors the law, who's guided by the Constitution, the whole of them are in these paid government positions, they will be all fired, and they will not be working in government in the new administration. And this is another reason why they are fighting tooth and nails. This is why they're like fish out of a pond, out of water, struggling to survive, because they know when the right time comes, even though all of them have misappropriation of taxpayers' money and cannot give account for the spending, and they don't keep the journals and the ledgers to show the spending of the money that's in these ministries. They all are going to be held accountable when the forensic audits has been conducted and the results are in. So, it's not who laugh last first, Keisha Mack and corrupt chopper criminal John, but it's who will have the last laugh. So, on the can on social media now, I laugh and I put out foolishness about Comrade Leader Mark Golden. I tuck him shirt in him pants, sitting up, traveling from parish to parish. Of course, your clothes are gonna ride up. I'm gonna come out of my car, I'm gonna fix my clothes. Women do the same thing and push them blouse in them pants or them skirts. It's just a normal tendency. Your parents says a lot. So when you can't stay there and create foolishness, which cannot help you to win a general election, because if you notice right now, the ground is saturated. The people are ready. The people are just waiting for the date. There is a silent majority that we don't see, that is under the radar, that's going to rise up on election day. And that silent majority is frustrated. They're angry. They can't wait. They've been keeping their mouth shut. And we wondering, where is the people? Why they're not protesting? But they're just a silent majority who's waiting on the general election day to give us a clean sweep and a mandate heading into the new government. So, you know, them are gonna go to prison, the whole of them. I know that's the prime, we'll say it all the while. I know that's the prime minister alone are go to prison. A slew of them are go to prison with him. Big Mama are go share prison cell with him. Chopper John and all of them. All of the money with the funds with them misappropriate in hospital contract, all of them are going to be investigated and all of them are going to wind up in a prison. So let them go and laugh now. Like I said, and who laugh first is who laugh last. And Comrade Leader Mark Golden and the People's National Party will have the last laugh. Shirai Clark will not be a member of parliament. All of them will not be members of parliament after the general election is called. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
For that, Pastor Ricky. Now, when we talk about Andrew Honest being the snake eyes man, we are going to touch more serious corruption, right? But we are stepping up to the level. Now, let us talk about when we talk about the snake salesman, right? Snake oil salesman, right? Now, people, I want you to listen, Andrew Honest. I want you to listen clearly in terms of what Andrew Honest is saying. Yes, Peter. Listen clearly here. We are going to.
Where are we getting $67.5 billion to spend on this project? Where are we getting $45 billion to spend on Spark? Where are we getting the money to give you $1 billion in the Solidarity Program, a give back to 50,000 Jamaicans who did not receive any benefits at all? They are not on PATH or any of the social safety net, and they did not receive the reverse tax credit. Where did that come from? It came from the dividends from the good management of your economy. So discovering good management of the economy is the equivalent of discovering oil. Take that away, and you end up in a situation where your spatial growth outpaces your infrastructure. Take that away, and the actions of criminal elements in your society outpaces your law enforcement capability. Take that away, and your hospitals fall into disrepair and they are unable to give you the service that you require. Take that away, and your pipes, your pumping stations, your tanks, they deteriorate and you have no water. Take that away, and your roads can't be repaired. But no, not everyone looks at it that way. Asphalt falls from the sky like water falls from the sky. So I make this point to you today, that we are able to gather this large crowd of very proud Jamaicans who are looking with great hopes that their water situation will be solved, that all the other things that they hope for will materialize, because we have finally addressed the engine of delivery, which is the economy.
Hey, Jamaican people, let me tell you something. And let me be honest. I don't think that Jamaica ever possessed a 3-card man better than Andrew Honest. Believe you me. Andrew Honest's performance, to be honest, it's above Hollywood standard. Hollywood business is. When I listen to Andrew Honest, Andrew Honest believes that he can take the worst situation and when he speaks on it, he can present it to be the best situation. And this is why I'm upset, because this man knows what the Jamaican people are experiencing. The high inflation, the high poverty rate. But what Andrew Honest had done? Andrew Honest had corrupted the PIOJ, the Planning Institution of Jamaica, to come out and sell that poison to Jamaican people, saying that poverty cut from 18% to 9%. So when people hear these things from a reputable institution, they tend to believe these things. But the reality is different in the supermarket. The reality is different at the marketplace. The reality is different when you are paying your bills. The reality is what the Jamaican people are facing. Now, my Jamaican people, based on what Andrew Honest said, yeah, we're going to play Azan, you understand, the CEO of Bash Furniture, that is highlighting, you understand, telling Andrew Honest that what you are selling, Andrew Honest, no, it's a lie. It's not real. But after Azan, we're going to give you evidence that it is not real in terms of what Andrew Honest is selling. If Andrew Honest will shape this economy in such a way, Andrew Honest wouldn't have to be campaigning so hard. He wouldn't have, because people would have felt it right everywhere. In areas where people haven't gotten any water, right, they would have gotten it. Andrew Honest wouldn't be using futuristic reference at Andrew Honest's stage, where Andrew Honest had gone through 2 terms. Andrew Honest should have been now speaking about accomplishment, rather than in a mood to say, we are going to, futuristically speaking. That doesn't make sense after 2 terms. Now, hear what Azan has to say. And then we are going to show the reality after Azan. We are going to show the reality after Azan. This is crazy, people. The man is so vicious and so wicked. This is wickedness here. What Andrew Honest is doing. Wickedness.
What I will comment on is that right now, as it stands in the Jamaican economy, the economy is struggling. It's probably the worst I've seen in the 30-odd years I've been in business. The buying power is the weakest, and government needs to find ways to, how do I say it now, catalyze the economy to be able to grow. We tried our best a few years ago, and Jamaica started to see growth. But right now, they've done so many things to stagnate the industry. Interest rates need to come down quickly. The Bank of Jamaica needs to come out of their tunnel vision and start thinking out of the box to manage the economy, because right now it's in a very stagnant stage and actually in a dying stage. And it is actually quite frightening what is happening out there. When you speak to business people, people are saying they're seeing anyway in a 50% down in terms of sales, their retail trade, and every expense is going up. Their rental rates that they're paying to rent these shops and stores is going up. Their light bill consistently is up. You know, it's a tough world out there, yes, but we can do things to make it a little easier for our people in this country. So the minister and the government has a lot to do, and the Bank of Jamaica and our commercial banks to try and stimulate this economy, because if they don't start doing something now, the economy is going to start fumbling and they're going to be in big trouble.
I want you to expand on that a little bit more for me, Mr. Azan, because it's good to hear your
let us go through in terms of what
views on that, because
right. Let us assess that in terms of what Andrew Holness said and what Azan said. So Andrew Holness is saying that good management of the economy equivalent to finding oil. And the Jamaican people is in that reality where the purchasing power, right, is high and inflation low. No. Jamaicans are feeling it at the cash register. When they go into the supermarket and pick up, right, items into their cart, into their shopping cart, many of the times they have to give back some of the product. They can't purchase it because inflation is going up partially on a weekly basis, and you want to say too wicked. No. So why Andrew Holness is saying good management of the economy as according to what he's saying, equivalent to finding oil? Crazy. Azan is saying, right, it's the worst he had ever seen the economy in 30 years. Quite frightening. As a matter of fact, 50% down in the terms of sales. And it's a tough world out there. So think of the disparity between Andrew Holness and Azan, the furniture bar CEO, is telling Andrew Holness, said, no, sir, you are lying to the people. As a matter of fact, Azan is saying to him, call the general election. Call it. No. Let us get into the reality. No, people, let me explain a little thing for you in terms of better understanding. We are going to compare Portia Simpson time as it relates to 2012, 2016, where we talk about purchasing power versus, right, inflation. Now, remember, in 2000, let me just break it down for you so we all can understand and we all can make an informed decision in terms of what I am talking about, in terms of bringing up the next clip. My Jamaican people, right, between 2012 and 2015, when Portia Simpson was in power, right, the minimum wage was $5,000. However, the purchasing power was high. The reason why the purchasing power was high, because inflation was low. I want people to understand that. So people, as it relates to the $5,000, right, can go to the supermarket, right? They can fill up a cart, right, and go to the cash register, and they can pay for it, right? Now, as it relates to the $5,000, as it relates to a low inflation in terms of Portia Simpson time, and right, the purchasing power higher than now. Now, let us compare Andrew Holness, right, as it relates to minimum wage, $17,000. Andrew Holness time as it relates to the minimum wage, $17,000. Inflation is very high. So this goes to show you, as a result of the inflation, that the PIOJ, Mr. Warren, came out and lied for Andrew Holness, talk about from 18% to 9%. Because the purchasing power is weak. Andrew Holness is giving Andrew Holness time $17,000 as it relates to the minimum wage. But what can it buy? What can it buy as opposed to the $5,000 in 2012, right? The $5,000 in 2012 could have purchased more items in your basket because the purchasing power was high as it relates to low inflation. In Andrew Holness, $17,000, right? The inflation is very high. So you know that what Statin is saying is lie. What PIOJ is saying is lie. And so that $17,000 cannot give you or full your basket in comparison to 2015. But listen how Andrew Honest is saying it now. Andrew Honest now is now comparing 17,000, right, to 5,000. This is how Andrew Honest selling lie as a Snake Eyes man. No other prime minister or any other party had given you the minimum wage so high, right, as it relates to $17,000. The reality, what Andrew Honest is not talking about, Andrew Honest is not talking about the purchasing power versus inflation. He's not speaking about that. Because if he had spoken about that, people are going to say that your governance, right, is worse than Portia's Simpson administration. And that is the truth of the matter. So people need to understand, and this is one of the reasons why when we are dealing with some JLP, vloggers and people who support the JLP, they don't even understand that they are, self-inflicted because the high level of ignorance. And so you have to understand these things to compare. So Andrew Honest lied to the people in terms of comparing 17,000 versus 5,000 because he believed that the Jamaican people is going to now, conceive that, observe that, because the Jamaican people are looking at it, you understand, as dollar versus a dollar. So, of course, Andrew Honest done better because $17,000 is more than $5,000. Stupid. Because we're talking about a total different time. You are talking about a period 2012 to 2015 when the inflation wasn't that high. From 2025 as we speak, what Andrew Honest could have now put the minimum wage to, you understand, to be honest, he should put the minimum wage to equate to Portia Simpson time, roughly about $25,000 to $26,000. Right? We are now that could now level off as it relates to what you could have purchased during Portia Simpson time. But let us hear the truth now coming from Ian Ears, who make the comparison and give you a price listing. So to bring forth the evidence for Jamaican people to see that. So Jamaican people, listen to this.
Chairman, comrade party leader, and next Prime Minister of Jamaica, Comrade General Secretary, my brother and friend, Comrade Dayton Campbell, Comrade candidates, comrades one and all, good night to each and every one of you. So, I got up this morning, and when I wake up this morning, I prayed for each and every one of you. Because in the next 6 weeks, you'll be walking in victory lane in the People's National Party. So, I speak on the portfolio of water. But my General Secretary said to me tonight, he want me to prosecute a case. And Comrade Donna said, I've been called to the bar of the People's National Party. So, party leader, I walk with some money in my pocket tonight. Because they talk about prosperity. So I walk with $1. Because all the prosperity in this country is tied to this $1. So I go and take you tonight. I go and prosecute the case tonight from 2016 to 2025. So in 2016, the US dollar was 128. The Jamaican dollar, if you're buying the US dollar, you had to come up with $128.44. In 2017, it was $125. In 2018, it was $127.72. In 2019, it was $132.57. In 2020, it was $142.65. In 2021, it was $155.09. In 2022, it was in 2024, it was $156.42. And the year that they asked you for prosperity and to give them a third term, it was $160.36 in the year 2025. Comrades, on the 10th year of this government, just they have come to the people of this country and say to the people that you should give them a third term because there's prosperity on the land. Party leader, 47% of the people that collect remittance, that will not go to Western Union, go collect the little money. It has gone up by 5%. That means the little one, I don't know where the family is sending the money from overseas. You have to send it more frequently because it has gone up by over 5%. 36% of Jamaicans, 1 in 3 Jamaicans, 1 in 3 Jamaicans live on the little money where them get from them family overseas. This election is not about choosing. I want you to follow me, you know. This election is not about choosing. Because each and every one of you in the crowd, if you look at your birth certificate, if you look at Mark Golden's birth certificate, if you look at Dan Campbell's birth certificate, if you look at my birth certificate, it's a Jamaica, land of my birth. I want you to follow me. Comrades, last week while I was in Trelawney party leader, I made a mistake. I'm correcting it this week. So I came out with a bread last week. And the comrades then ball out and said to me, and said, it's $700 for your bread. Party leader, this year 1 year for $700. This year 1 year for $700. So in 2016 when the JLP took over, this bread was for $230.80. In 2025, this bread is for $700. I need a little help over here, you know. Oats. Look for the oats there for me. 200 grams of oats in 2016 when they told you prosperity. This cost $97.60. In 2025, it costs $230.80. This is oats here. Surge Island Dairy Milk, 1 liter. In 2016, this cost $236. In 2025, the year of prosperity, when they come to you to ask you for a third term, it costs $730. Toothpaste. In 2016, this costs $111. It now costs $330 in 2025. Cornmeal. That's true, you're not party leader. In 20, cornmeal in 2016, $78.40. In 2025, when they're asking you for a third term, this cornmeal costs $197, the price of double. Comrades, I want to go to eggs. 1 dozen egg in 2016 cost $280. In 2025, when they're asking you for a third term, the egg, 1 dozen egg costs $800. Corned beef, Grace corned beef that we love to eat with white rice. When I eat the corned beef, I eat it with white rice. Grace corned beef in 2016, $268.80. In 2025, when they're asking you for a third term, the same Grace corned beef has gone up 3 times. It now costs $645. A 700? 700, all right. Comrades, I want to get to the oxtail, you know. Then I want to get to the oxtail. That's me want to get to. 2 pounds of oxtail in 2016, the year of prosperity, cost $875. Today, that same 2 pound oxtail, the year that they're asking you for a third term, costs $3,650. It has gone up 4 times what it was in the year 2016. Saltfish. Comrades, I want you to hear me, you know. Salt fish. Nothing is sweeter than salt fish. In 2016, saltfish was $1,108 a pound. Saltfish is now $1,940.63. Saltfish double in the year that they're asking you for a third term. Comrades, I had a liquor today, you know. Sham, I want you to take out the white rum for me. I want you to take out the white rum for me. I want you to take out the white rum tonight for me. So, in the year 2016, whether you were drunk or whether you were sober, the cost of white rum was $700, or 750 liters. The cost of white rum in the 10th year, when they're asking you for a third term, $3,069.35. And comrades, hold on. I don't drink the bum, you know. What you call it, boom? Take out the boom there for me if we go with the white rum, because we're going to have a drink tonight. We're going to have a drink tonight. Comrades, in 2016, the year of prosperity when it started, the boom was for $150. In the year when they're asking you for a third term, 2025, the boom now costs $450. That's what the boom now costs. Sham, for all the drivers out there that are driving, I want you to take up the 1 liter of 87 gas. The 1 yes, make it green, comrade. Let me tell you the price of it. Because the orange one is on its way. Hold tight. Hold tight. Hold tight.
Turn up the thing. Turn up the thing. Turn up the thing.
Most people over 40 use ChatGPT like it's Google. Copy, paste, ask a basic question.
1 liter 87 octane in 2016 cost $111. In 2025, when they're asking you for a third term, that same gas now costs $208 a liter. And all I know who went through barrel down here with Miranda. All I know that went through barrel down here with Miranda and couldn't put zinc on the roof. I want you see the 6-foot sheet of zinc, yes, sir? You know, see the 6-foot sheet of zinc, right? In 2016, the year of this so-called misery prosperity, the zinc was between $961 and $1,182. In 2025, the year of 10 years of all of this prosperity, the zinc is now $2,650. It has gone up 3 times the amount that it was before in 2016. So the General Secretary called me today. Him say, Ian, you can't come here, come talk to the people, them want to talk about fertilizer. So I want Floyd Green to step to the front of the class right now. Step to the front of the class. In 2016, a bag of 112222 fertilizer cost $5,000. In the year 2025, when they're asking each and every one of you for a third term, that same bag of fertilizer now costs $11,000. And one thing, you know, I love chicken. Finger licking good. I love chicken. 2 pounds of chicken in 2016 costs $900. 2 pounds of chicken. In 2025, when they're asking you for a third term, that chicken costs $2,250. The price of chicken has doubled under prosperity. And I want to get to the most important one of them all, you know. The big deal. Take out the big deal there for me. See, I walk with the big deal tonight. I man walk, party leader. I walk with the big deal tonight. Sham, I want you to hold the mic for me. In 2016, you could buy this. In 2016, you could buy this for $900. I want you to follow me, you know. You could buy a whole chicken in 2016, the year of prosperity, for $900. The price of the big deal in 2025, 3-piece, the year of prosperity, is $1,420. So, in 2016, you could get one whole of chicken. Under the big deal plan, you can only get 3 pieces of chicken. Now you want to tell me that this is prosperity and this is they deserve a third term?
All right. In the panel.
Comrade.
All right. So, as it relates to, you know, what Ian is, you know, quite articulately right, articulated, right, in terms of making the comparison between Andrew Holness's prosperity, right, and when Portia Simpson, in terms of Portia Simpson administration, you have seen that the prosperity that he speaks, things double up, things triple up, things triple up, and all of that. No, Pastor Ricky, slide in on this and tell me how this go. Because when you look on it, you see that it is just, nonsense in terms of what Andrew Holness is selling to the people. Poison, political poison, right? Nothing makes sense to the people. What he's saying that, okay, a good economy, the people can't see. You understand? High interest rate, inflation gone over, and yet you have the man from PIOJ talking about 18% poverty rate cut to 9%, and look on how inflation is killing the people. Take it away, Pastor.
Well, I did the same thing, if you recall, back in March when I had these numbers from some items on this program. I'm listening to VP ENL's, the prices has gone up from March. But I won't go back over my grocery list numbers from mine was from 2015, the last year of Mama P, to March this year, 2025. But he did his from 2016 when the Prime Minister promised prosperity till today. So, but here's why what the Prime Minister is saying is misleading the people of Jamaica. And it's a shame that a grown 53-year-old man can be in birthday tomorrow. When is the 20th? Tomorrow, Sunday?
Sunday.
Yeah, I think Sunday is his birthday. He's gonna be 53. And it's a crying shame. That's why I don't even like to listen to him. Honestly, the only time I listen to him is when I come on the programs like these. Because for me, who earned my education, I just can't listen to him insulting my intelligence. And I'm not being prideful, it's the truth. And I think many people feel the same way as I do. But here is the problem. Let me go over what the Prime Minister has done that he hasn't told the people. These are the reasons why Jamaica is in a deplorable economic condition. And we'll get to Richard Amar Azan in a moment. But the Prime Minister is not telling the people that he has borrowed at least $2 trillion. Let me say it again. I have the numbers, the stats, the research. This is online. You can go and Google it, find it for yourself. Since 2016 to January of this year, the Prime Minister has borrowed over $2 trillion US. Now, when you borrow money from these four entities, the World Bank, the IMF, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the Inter-America Development Bank. Those are the four financial entities that he has borrowed money from. This is online information. Anybody wants to do their research. When you borrow money from these global financial institutions, the loan is attached with conditions, or as we call austerity measures. You have to do according to the terms and the conditions of these loans, just like a regular bank loan for a house or a car. Everything you do nowadays have terms and conditions. Even the internet provider, the fine print, terms and conditions. Certain apps, you have to agree to the terms and conditions before they allow you permission to use it on your phone or your tablet. But here's the deal. In 2016, November, remember the election was held February 2016. So 9 months after he came into office, the Prime Minister, who's a criminal, borrowed $1,066 from the IMF. This is in 2016. Again, these are online information. In May 2020, the criminal went back and got five. This is in during COVID, 2 months after the world was shut down. he received $520 million again from the IMF. In May 2020, he received $67 million. These are all US money now, from the Caribbean Development Bank. In March 2021, he borrowed 75 million US dollars from the Inter-Development America Bank, Inter-America Development Bank. That's 75 million. In March 2021, he borrowed, this is during the COVID time again, he borrowed $150 million from the World Bank. My God. In March 2021, he received 30 million US dollars from VP Vice President Kamala Harris in the White House. We have the video. 20 million of the 30 million was for COVID relief, and 10 million was for the inner youth, at-risk youth, as they said. So that's 30 million. In March 2023, he received 1,732 million. So that's 1.732 billion from the IMF. In August of 2024, he received 258 million from the IMF. Canada gave him 2 billion for promoting LGBTQ. Jamaica gave him 1.5 million for the same thing. And also in January of this year, he borrowed $192 million again from the IMF. Now, when you add all of this up, it comes to almost $2 trillion. The problem is this, and Sir Byron, you know this as well. When you borrow all these money, you cannot spend the money in your country. It has conditions, terms and conditions, and these money are used to pay down the debt. So when you hear them pay down the debt and the interest on the debt, but him can't fix road with it, him can't, the water pump Matthew British them take out, and the water pipe them are starve and create drought and starve people of water. Them can't do nothing. So you wonder, $2 trillion US, where did it go? The Prime Minister has not spent $2 trillion US in Jamaica. That's bigger than the current debt that we owe of $2.3 trillion. So listen, when you see him come out in the video clip you show, Sir Byron, and I talk about the economy is resilient, it's strong, it's producing, a lie I tell. The economy suffered prior to burial, which was July last year, deceleration of 10 consecutive quarters of deceleration. It's online information. Go do your research. I'm not telling a lie. We don't have no reason to tell lie upon the Prime Minister. We have better things to do. But 10 straight quarters of deceleration. The economy has not grown more than 1.8%. When they promised 5 and 4 to grow the economy in 5% but in 4 years, that never happened. Never ever happened. Yes, they had a recovery after COVID, but that was a recovery period from the crisis that the economy felt during the lockdown. So when you hear Richard Amar Azan, the boss CEO, come out and scream and sounding the alarm that the economy is stagnant, it's struggling. He has never seen anything like this in over 30 years of being in business. When you hear Richard Pendet, the CEO of Scepter, came out and says they're looking for opportunities to export their products into new markets. And because of the Trump tariffs that they placed the 10% on Jamaica, it's hampering and hindering acceleration of growth in the economy. When you hear JBMB came out and say how much billion they have lost in this first quarter, When you hear boilers that has never lost money came out and said they lost $1 billion in revenues this quarter. So many different CEO and companies cannot tell lie. The prime minister is the one who's misleading and is lying to the people of Jamaica. The economy is currently in a recession. Mina care what PIOJ said, Planning Institute of Jamaica. Mina care what Statin said. Because when you go on different websites outside of Jamaica, like the World Bank and other websites, the IMF, and you can see the different loans that come to Jamaica, and the United Nations also lists information about the different economies in the world. You can do your own research and see that the prime minister is lying to the people. He has not done anything to grow the economy. There's no plan or policies in place to stimulate growth. And one way to stimulate growth is not only to cut interest rate, but to produce, to export. They have not increased export in Jamaica in much long. What they're doing is creating competition with imports and put Jamaica at the mercies of foreign import. Any disruption in the global supply chain is going to cause food shortages in Jamaica. What they did, Nigel Clark in 2023 stood up in the parliament in that budget period debate and says that they are going to cut GCT taxes, right? Cut GC taxes on raw products. I think it was last year, 2024 budget debate. 2024 last year, not the budget debate in 2025. He said that they're going to cut GCT on raw products, which means, Sir Byron, Lady Pinks, Sir Melted Pot, Lady Anne-Marie, everyone in the chat, which means they're taking the leverages away from farmers, local farmers in Jamaica. When they cut GCT on imports, raw products, it creates competition. And so the raw products coming into Jamaica will be sold at a lower prices. We have seen videos of farmers crying the blues because they are shut out of the market because of the competition of cutting GCT, and their imports that are coming in is creating competition for them. So when you look at our farmers who are struggling right now as a result of what criminal Nigel Clark and the criminal prime minister and his government did, they are putting Jamaica at the mercies of foreign imports to import GMO, genetically modified food that can cause all kind of communicable diseases in your bodies. Now, last point, when you create this austerity measure of destroying agriculture and you are dependent on foreign imports, remember, Jamaica have a trade deficit of $5 billion in trade. Imports outweigh exports by $5 billion annually. We only export at least 1 point something billion, but we import into the country almost $7 billion. So if you subtract that 1 point something billion, you got a difference. You have a differences of 5 point something billion. This government is uncaring. This is why you have to embrace the People's National Party plan for agriculture. That's going to give land, aggregate lands to farmers that is not suitable for, that can farm on and give them the title for it, and give this government even tea fertilizer from Morocco, for heaven's sakes. $54 million worth of fertilizer for the farmers was stolen, which is accumulated to about 11,000 bags of fertilizer. So when you hear the prime minister come out on a top, man, I get grieved sometime when I listen to him. Trust me, sometimes I feel like I'll mute my mic on and I'll play him video. Same thing on Father Lonesome Show, because the man are insult with intelligent and I act like we don't have no sense, like we can't read, or we can't do research, or we can't find the information. We are in the digital age. And unlike 10, 15, 20 years ago when people never have access that much to information, everything you need for find out in real time, even when he must speak, you can fact check him. And you find out it's a lie tell. This is one of the most wickedest, criminal, corrupt government and prime minister to know the disaster that they have created in Jamaica by sabotaging water, pull out the pumps and the pipe them so that people cannot have running water in them house. Why? Because enough of them criminals there in the parliament have water truck and them are trucking water to the community and I use black tank as an election ploy for tell people say we get up. No, in 2025, we're not supposed to have water run out on the pipe. Him same man said Jamaica was on the track or the path to becoming a first world country. How in the world you gonna make Jamaica become a first world country when people have got to water truck for catch water and I carry water upon them head and I store black tank with water? One last point. These black tank polystyrene chemical we used to make it, if it stay in the sun and water is selling it for so long, it can start leak into the water, and that's another health hazardous for the people of Jamaica. This government don't care about on the health, and our hospitals are in a deplorable condition. We're not equipped to handle any type of mass outbreak, sickness, illness, disease, or even casualty, for heaven's sakes. Wicked, cruel. So listen, when you hear my talk, but they even like listen to him, honestly. But tune him on, honestly. But they even go up on my social media platform, them, you'd have never seen a film video with him and talk on my platform. I'm not entertain with myself because he's a pathological liar. And so, my fellow Jamaicans, on often make a serious decision because if this government win another term, they're gonna be emboldened to turn it up worse than it is today right now. So I forget rid of them for the future survival, not only for you but for the pitney them and the grandchildren them. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Pastor Ricky, and let me just remind the rest of the panel, because we have a large program and we would like to feed in some information where people can get as much information. So just mindful of the time, right, in terms of how we proceed going forward, because we have to try to make people get as much to be informed. All right, let me just squeeze you in there, Spinks. Right, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Uncle Byron. Snake oil man, he is indeed. When you think of how he promised us we can sleep with our windows and doors open, and until now we still can't do it in 2025. He gave us National Water Commission amnesty, and now we have dry pipes. When you think of that, he gave the taxi drivers ticket amnesty, and taxi drivers were given a grant, I think of what, $20,000, and within months of that, within less than a month, he raised the ticket prices and changed the reasons why they're giving tickets, changed the laws that they're giving tickets. He promised us free health care, and now we have no health care. And we've gone back into a different type of colonialization in 2025. When you see what Ian Hills just presented,
yes,
we've gone back to a different type of slavery where we can't afford food to feed ourselves. And when you think of the 5 and 4 that he promised us in 2016, 2017, when Michael Leachin, now Michael Leachin has sold his yacht and sold almost everything. And we have one of the companies from National Commercial Bank. It was recently sold. So even Michael Leachin is losing money.
Exactly.
In this promised prosperity. And when you see a rich person like Michael Leachin selling his assets, you know something is wrong. Because when you look at Jamaica right now, Jamaica is competing with Haiti on the same economical level, and Haiti has a civil war going on. They have a reason to be on the same level that they are right now. Haiti has a reason. The civil war has affected the funds of Haiti. The only thing that's affecting us right now is Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew administration right now is affecting our funds right now in Jamaica. And when you think of all the money that he has borrowed and all the grants that he has gotten, where is it? Why are we suffering? Why is there no water in my pipe this evening in Jamaica? They claim that one of their monikers for their political party is shower, shower, shower. Although technically it meant showering a person with bullets back then, right? Why can't I have a shower? Why most Jamaicans can't have a shower? Why is it you're having your political meeting and expect people to come to your political meeting and can't have a shower? To come and say shower to you too. Does it make sense?
Crazy.
You put in an Englishman to be in charge of our water here in Jamaica, and we can't have a shower. Does it make sense? Your Minister of Health is asking us women to increase the population. And if my boyfriend is to come over, me not have no water to bathe before and after our little time together.
Mm-hmm.
You want us to be frozen and green? Think about it. You expect children to go to school and not shower. You buy new buses to increase the population here in Jamaica. People who take buses, right? Going on buses and don't I cannot take a shower. People going to work and can't take a shower. Andrew owners, come talk to us. Make this make sense to us. Why is my pipe dry?
Exactly.
Why can't I take a shower? You have taken a shower this evening. I can't take a shower. I have to go use a bath pan. And many Jamaicans have to use a bath pan. And the laborers who are bathing and using a bath pan, I wonder why you can't. I don't understand why you can't take a shower. Why you have to buy water from a water truck? Jamaicans, think about these things when you think about putting your eggs. All right? And I yield the floor to someone else.
All right. Now, as we talk about now the open batsman. Now, melting pot. Take it away.
Yes, my brother. You know, and I have to go back into your segment as it relates to Andrew Owens' futuristic vision where him have. Yeah. Because I'm not have nothing else than a futuristic vision, you know. Yeah.
Yes.
Because Andrew, as we all know, in 2016, campaign on the word prosperity as a key word in his campaign strategy. But that has not, you know, come to the fore as yet. So we are terming it not as prosperity but as futuristic. But moving forward and listening to Andrew Wallace, you know, speaking so, you know, commanding of his $17,000 minimum wage package and wanting to highlight as if, you know, any other government who would be in office today would not have done the same or even better. Because when Andrew Holness came in and took over the reign of government, the US dollar was hovering around 122 Jamaican dollars to $1 US.
That's correct.
Now it is 165 US to $1 Jamaican dollar to $1 US. So that give you a surplus of $43, where the currency has lost strength to the degree of 43% devaluation. And so any well-thinking Jamaican would have the knowledge to know that Mama P $5,000 minimum wages is far superior in its spending power than this meager 17,000 Jamaican dollar minimum wages. Because this $17,000 minimum wages could just probably get you £5 a oxtail. For the whole week of that, you work fine, £5 a oxtail. But in a Mama P time, the same $5,000 minimum wages could have got you, I'm not gonna over exaggerate, but it could have got you £3 oxtail and whole heap of rice and red peas and everything else and more groceries as it relates to milk, sardine, corned beef, because we see the price that been, brandished by Ian Hills back then and what it is today. And we can do our own assessment. So we know for a fact that Planning Institute of Jamaica and all the relevant agencies that comes up with statistics that they want to present to, show up Andrew Holness credibility, they're all garbage. They're all misinformation outlets and disinformation outlets. Because Andrew Holness has not done anything to shore up any form of prosperity in Jamaica. If anything, people's life has deteriorated. Andrew prosperity was all about himself and his 48 other member of parliament and some other affiliation members within society that he acquaints himself with. Nothing for the electorate, the people who are out there blowing these vuvuzela and ringing bell. They are left million miles away in an open desert, gasping for air, because Andrew Holness suffocate the life out of the economy and everybody is now losing oxygen. Can't breathe because of high inflation. Cannot breathe because of, lack of basic amenity. And so everything now becomes a congested affair for Jamaican citizens. It's like Mount Everest come down on the Jamaican citizen as it relates to their day-to-day affair. Nobody, even Omar Azan, as a wealthy entrepreneur, CEO of his own establishment, he's coming out and, refuting the claim that he has never seen anything like this in 30 years. And the Azan family is a reputable family in Jamaica that pride itself on business establishment. And they have, wealth of knowledge as it relates to the economy that existed before in Jamaica. So Omar Azan came out and he spoke in no uncertain manner and he vented his anger as to even the Bank of Jamaica that they should reduce the interest rate. And he was also calling on the commercial bank to follow suit because, the economy, as we know, and we have said it many times, has been grinded into an halt. The economy has lost all form of traction. It broke down. It stagnated. And it's in a recess. What them call recession. And when it move off, it's not going forward. It's going into depression. So we are in a crisis. And when you have a prime minister that wants to lie his way out of the crisis, selling false narrative, telling propaganda to the people, then we can't have this man. This man has been deceiving the entire Jamaica population, Labour Right and People's National Party supporters as well. Everybody is he lied to. As Byron said, the only time Andrew don't lie is when him don't open him out. But everywhere him go, you know him have to lie. Because rather than, going over the cracks and mulling over the state of affairs and trying to find adequate reason for why the economy and the country is in such a state, Andrew Holness should be reciting some of his achievements over his 2-term period. Any well-thinking government would have things to highlight to show for his achievement. But Andrew cannot show anything as it relates to achieving nothing for Jamaican society. What Andrew has achieved is 25 unlawfully state of emergency. He has also achieved a bogus election coming out during the period of the pandemic. He has also achieved an unwanted record that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. The only prime minister to be charging citizens for a mass to the tune of 700,000 Jamaican dollars. Andrew Holness has also achieved a high percent in returns on his investment during the period when the entire world was locked down. Andrew Holness' achievement reads like this: SSL in crisis, with his name being brandished all over as being a major player. Andrew Holness' achievement is also having a DPP that should have gone on garden leave, permanently retired from the post, reinstated. Andrew Holness' achievement read like wanting to change the constitution to suit himself because of his, statutory declaration not being certified. And that also appear again as part of his achievement. The only prime minister in the entire world to be still in office, having not had his statutory declaration certified going 5 years. Andrew Holness' achievement also highlight him making the most lavish presentation as it relates to the St. Thomas leg of the highway, and telling Jamaican of all the high tech that is laid under the ground of that road surface. But lo and behold, that road is in disrepair at the moment. And no one has seen any fiber optic cable or nothing of that sort. And so we are looking at a prime minister who has nothing to show apart from destruction. Radam, 15 years. Meet your maker. Coming up with law to imprison up to 12-year-old. No, this guy gone crazy. This guy is out of his mind. This guy cannot sleep at night. Andrew Holness' achievement also read the first prime minister to walk out of parliament, and walk out with a majority of 49 against an opposition with only a meager 14. What can go so? Andrew Wallis' achievement would also read $3 trillion unaccounted for over various ministry. What can go so? Andrew Wallis' achievement would have light him taking the state agency as it relates to the Integrity Commission to court. What can go so? Under Andrew Wallis, we see achievement like one a day killing by the GSCF member. We see a sporadic amount of state killing. And these are unwanted achievements anywhere in the world. We've seen where our corruption index has risen. And I mean, that's a shamble. Level 4 travel advisory by 3 major first world countries. Never happened yet under any other administration. So when you look at Andrew Wallis as an individual, we are looking at a non-achiever who hasn't achieved anything of any consequence apart from corruption. We are looking at a prime minister who is, not recognized anywhere else on the international stage. We are looking at a prime minister who assembled a bunch of criminal member of parliament around him, member of parliament who can't even leave the national airport to travel into international territory. They can only go regional. And I mean, we are talking about Minister of Security. So when you don't have your security minister being able to actively go overseas and sit amongst other counterpart and discuss ways going forward as it relates to security, more so in the cyberspace region, it is showing Jamaica in a bad state of affair. And as our lioness just rightly said, we are now rubbing shoulder with Haiti, and I think Haiti has even gone ahead of us. We are lagging now behind Haiti. This is great cause for concern. So our Jamaican people who has aspiration for a better future can only look one way, can only look to the People's National Party. The head is of more consequence than the bell. The head represents human. The bell is just an ornament that makes nice of your ears. So people don't have to get wise, It's time to wake up and smell what's cooking in Andrew kitchen. It's corruption cooking. And that's not like the KFC that we call finger licking, that we see him use again and embarrass the country, because we know that was a part of his PR strategy going forward, just like the school buses. Andrew like to get a crowd, Andrew like to get a crowd to see if when, him put something in the pipeline, what farmer interest it generate. But when Andrew see the interest that was generated was an interest that, put a bad light on the situation in Jamaica. It show our people to be in dire state of starvation, not being privileged to a little thing like a KFC. Show that people can't eat chicken anymore because we hear how far chicken gone as to where it was coming from under the People's National Party. So we cannot, turn the 6 and call it 9. No. We have to be resolute. We have to pursue good governance. So we can't sit down and recommend a folly leader, a corrupted leader for a third term. It must be a prison term.
Exactly.
That's the only term that Andrew can get from the Jamaican people, is a prison term. And I know right now 90% of Jamaican can't wait for the day. But I will just quote from an historian. I mean, Marcus Garvey, as a son of the soil. One of his prophecy state that it's gonna roll down King Street. Now I'm telling my Jamaican people that don't look for literally a head being chopped off of an individual and rolling down King Street. That won't happen. You have to look where the Supreme Court is. And I'm thinking that it's down King Street. And that's where Andrew Holness head and a few more members around him gonna roll. Right there, so Marcus Garvey word have to come to pass, you know. It has to. Because that's the only way we can have some form of semblance of agreement with prophecy. And we hear that prophecy must fulfill.
All right.
So I'm thinking that within this time that the prophecy is now coming to a boiling point. So people, head are going to roll down a King Street soon. Head must roll a King Street. Well, when this is somebody faint down there, same place, and that person affiliated to the person who I'm thinking their head gonna roll. Because if I'm not being mistaken, Juliet did go down there go faint. Juliet did faint down at the same place there, no? Supreme Court. So maybe 100 now will roll down there. Because Andrew go out so much in the country, it's unbelievable. And just sell all the asset behind my back. Corruption deal.
All right. Melting pot. Hold on a melting pot. Bear in mind that we have a next large package for to deliver. And we have to deliver that to the people. So see if we can just use some time to
Well, make I just wrap up on that one, you know. In closing, I just want to tell the people them say, yeah, what happen now? This guy not step on the ballot box, you know. And this guy forget vote out. And the entire party forget vote out. Just make sure no one make the People's National Party get the 63 and 0. And I yield back the floor.
All right. Blessings, blessings, blessings. We can put some energy now in the room. Now, Jamaica people, we heard the clip as it relates to Andrew Holness talking about prosperity. Right? Now, all along, they cover up the state of the healthcare. And when we, came out and we spoke about the condition and the status of the healthcare system, they covered it. They lied, they doubled down. Captain, claim that, okay, he's so skillful and articulate, he can spin all the narrative, as it relates to what negative about the healthcare system, he can spin it into positive. And so then, even although that the healthcare is in a crisis, Captain is on its way spinning it. However, enough is enough. We have seen the signs where the United States, send out travel advisory as never done before as it relates to any member of parliament or any other prime minister. Has never done before as it relates to any other prime minister. Never. Right? And here Christopher Tufton out there selling it that everything is okay. But guess what? The rubber, meet the metal. He has to come out now and try to admit. But even although he's admitting, you understand, Cliff Hughes is trying to spin it for him because guess what? It is too bad for him to come out right now when you have an eve of a general election to be saying this. No, this will put a rope around the GLP fate, to win the general election. This is very serious. But we have been saying it all along that the healthcare system is in dire crisis. Now, without any delay, hear what Big Mama has to say and hear how Big Mama is trying to spin it. Hear how Big Mama is trying to spin the mess that the healthcare is in. Can't make it up, people. The level of corruption, we can't make it up. And yet, this man is seeking a third term. A third term where $3 trillion been missing. Healthcare is in a crisis.
System.
Listen to this, my people.
Our healthcare system is on the brink of a crisis.
Health right now is bordering in some areas on a crisis in terms of healthcare workers.
the Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, said yesterday that, listen, he doesn't want to be an alarmist, but he feels it is now time to signal to the country that our healthcare system is on the brink of a crisis where the shortage of healthcare workers are concerned. Yeah? According to Tufton, he doesn't want to be an alarmist, but he has serious concerns now about the future of the system because we simply are unable to train and retain enough of the healthcare professionals we need to man the system.
We need people to man the healthcare sector, and we are now faced with a near crisis around the healthcare workers that we need in a population where the sick profile, for want of a better word, requires greater intervention. In the first instance for prevention, that's a community primary care, and then of course later on for curative at the level of the secondary institutions. Health right now is bordering in some areas on a crisis in terms of healthcare workers.
Dr. Tufton went on to say that the situation is being compounded by the huge offers from developed countries, which make it difficult for Jamaica, yes, to train professionals to remain and retain them at home.
And what is happening is that there's a giant sucking sound that is pulling all our very qualified and effective healthcare workers from Jamaica into the North American market and in some instances into Europe and the United Kingdom. 500 or so of our specialist nurses migrate each year on average, leaving our neonatal units, intensive care units, operating theater units, accident and emergency units in very short supply and impacting the quality of service delivery by virtue of not having enough bodies, boots on the ground. So the net result is a shortage and a short.
So disingenuous. So disingenuous to the Jamaican people. After Andrew Holness' administration, using someone like Christopher Tufton to head the healthcare, right? The kleptocratic government is what damaged our healthcare. Not to the fact that United States, right, is taking, right, some of our nurses. How long United States have been doing that?
Going in that many numbers.
United States have been doing that from God he knows when. United States have been doing that when Portia Simpson was the prime minister. United States was doing that when PJ Patterson was the prime minister. United States was doing that when Michael Manley was a prime minister. United States was doing that when Seaga was a prime minister. Right? But the level of how people are leaving, what caused the people to leave? The level of injustice. When you as a government can look at an economy, a developing economy, right, that Portia Simpson saved as a result of going to the United States to crawl upon our knees, right, and beg Maxine Walters to speak to the IMF, and where Portia Simpson strengthened the economy. And Andrew Holness take advantage of that, looking at the Portia Simpson accomplishment and decided that, oh yes, the kitty is fat. Portia Simpson fat up the kitty, so it is now. Let us take 200 and 300% raise. You never know that that was going to have a ripple effect. And as a part of you taking 200 and 300% raise, Andrew Holness, your level of tea-free. Never know, say, you were going to affect the healthcare. Don't put United States in that. Let me tell you what damaged the healthcare. The healthcare had lost over $920 billion unaccounted for. So come down to the level now and let us reason. $920 billion taken out of the healthcare. Let me ask you and Tufton, what if we did have that $920 billion put into the healthcare? Let us show the people how you and Christopher Tufton take it out. You and Christopher Tufton take it out through Meditech. Right? When Meditech can buy drill, oil drill, right? And claims they spend $31 million on oil drill, manipulate the procurement rules, right? This is what is happening, and it goes and stretches towards various ministries, right? Your thiefiness, your pilfering, that damage the healthcare. Now, when I look at $920 billion, let me ask you, Andrew Holness and Christopher Tufton, how much things that could have purchased, you understand, to give and aid our healthcare system? How much things? Adequate bed could have been purchased. New surgical drill could have been purchased, right? Several things. MIR machine could have been processed. Name me some of the machine them only because you're in nurses. MRI and what other machines?
Lithotripsy machine that Pinkskew friend need to get rid of the kidney stone. It's a special laser machine that you need to break up the stone.
Yes.
And I guess that's why they passed in the buck with her friend in passing her from one hospital to the next, because I don't think they have the equipment to do that procedure.
Okay.
Because it's not a cut and open to remove, it's a laser surgery to penetrate the stones and break them up so she can pass them.
Yes. So come now, Christopher Tufton.
And other things that happen.
Let me show you your level of pilfering. It has nothing to do with United States recruiting Jamaican nurses. Everything about your criminality. When you have Chopper John, right, at the Western Regional Children's Hospital, paying Chopper John to be project manager, millions of dollars coming out of the treasury to pay Chopper John, where Chopper John is not a project manager, has no experience in terms of even reading blueprints. At Chopper John, they take out the money. When you have Meditech, they do the level of criminality, taking out the money. And then you don't have as much money to pay the nurses. So where want the nurses them though? Where want the nurses them though? Right? Several people going to the hospital, several patients going to the hospital. Don't even have a good chair to sit on. You worthless, you know, a thief. And now skillfully, because guess what? Time catch up on you. Why don't San Brian run away from the healthcare? Come on now. Come Christopher Tufton. Why don't San Brian run away from Jamaica? Now don't San Brian was your permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health. Why don't San Brian run away? Why gone? So you see, Tufton, you're still defecting. Big Mama can't save you in terms of spinning this thing to say, okay, all right. As a result of United States recruiting most of our nurses, right? Nurses are not there to provide blah, blah, blah. You have to bow under United States again. You understand? To make sure the Cuban doctors leave. Yes, the Cuban doctors and the Cuban nurses leave because United States have a secret. And if you don't bow, you understand? Just because United States want to punish Cuba because of certain things, you understand? And no fall and pray. You understand? No weak limb. You can't stand up against the United States. You understand? So see there, you take out the Cuban nurses and make the situation now even rather worse. Rather worse with the situation. The situation was bad enough. But no, that the Cuban doctors and Cuban nurses gone because you can't say no to United States, you know, because United States have a secret. Remember, let me give you a reminder. It was the very same thing that happened with Noriega. Remember, United States did have Noriega secret. Noriega, remember, was the Prime Minister for Panama. And when Noriega decided that he's not going to sign over the Panamanian Canal, not going to extend the contract to United States, what United States did? United States went in to Panama. Let me remind you, Andrew Honest, about this. United States went into Panama and took out Noriega and prison him. United States went into Panama, took out Noriega and prison him because why? Noriega was involved in drugs, and United States have that on him, have evidence on him. And so then now you and Christopher Tufton have to bow down on the United States because the United States have all the evidence for you. You understand? But the Cuban nurses and doctors them. The little trick where you carry off with like you're gone, you understand, to travel to recruit nurses. All of that was a pretext. All of that was a pretext. You understand? Because we don't have no money to pay the Jamaican nurses and doctors. Yet, you know, all of that we're going with. All of the... Look here, the level of wickedness what you people do to Jamaica. You understand? Because it just come up on the wrongdoing, you know. Because, you know what, United States, all pull you up like how United States were all put up Noriega. Many want to bow because the level of criminality want to involve in the thievery, $920 billion unaccounted for in health care. Think of that. Think about that. That if you come out and talk, that is what damages health care. If you were paying our nurses and our doctors good, they wouldn't leave. They wouldn't have left. They wouldn't. But when you rub up the money, when you rub up education, when you rub up healthcare, we don't know where you rub up. So you don't have Keisha back there. They rub up municipal, local government in a St. James. Hey, look at the amount of things what Keisha had done. Right? He's free. And now you can come swinging now for Big Mama. You understand? State trying to say, okay, all right. It is because of United States employing our nurses and doctors. And so then that is why we have all of this. It is a shame and disgrace that you carry off with rob healthcare. 920 billion. Right? Appropriation account cannot be submitted on a yearly basis. Dunstan Brian can't explain it. Dunstan Brian cannot explain it. So what Dunstan Brian done? Run away. Wanna cook up with Dunstan Brian for Dunstan Brian left Jamaica? Run away. Because he can't answer. What type of answer Dunstan Brian is going to give? What type of answer Dunstan Brian is going to give? Eh? Over 9 years. You people, you criminal in government, and can't submit the appropriation account to talk about the expenditures. Check and balance. Over 9 years. And yet, make up now with Dunstan Brian for runway. Because nobody can ask Dunstan Brian any question. Dunstan Brian cannot explain it. Because guess what? The money rubble. Christopher Tufton, you wicked. You're natural evil. You and Andrew Honest walking on the same line. Naturally evil. Look what you have done to the healthcare. Let me ask you a question. When Portia Simpson was in power, was the healthcare like this? Was the healthcare like this? No. Answer the question. Answer the question, Andrew Honest and Christopher Tufton. When Portia Simpson was in power between 2012 to 2015, you take over 2016, was the healthcare like this? Did we have nurses and doctors leaving the country in drones? No. We didn't have that. We didn't have. Did we have United States issue travel advisory when Portia Simpson was ruling? No. We didn't have that. Don't fool the Jamaican people. Don't fool the Jamaican people. And Big Mama, you can't spin it to Steve Tufton. Right? Because Tufton know that he's going to lose. They are going to lose the general election, and Tufton will have to answer. A forensic audit is going to be done. Tufton, Benson Bryan gone, you and the permanent secretary, the cabinet secretary, Audrey Sewell, will have to answer. You cannot give account for the money because guess what? You think you're smart, right? You thief the money through manipulating the procurement process. You give a friend contract because this is how you thief the money. Give a friend contract, you understand? Where certainly, right, other people, you understand, could get the contract, right? But when you sabotage the bidding process, when you sabotage the tender process, you don't give a friend. Because you don't want the political kickback under the table. So when you give a friend the contract, the friend then now, you understand, cut the money and share it up, splice it up under the table and put it in the pocket. You know, wicked to the Jamaican people. I come on now to talk about procurement process and blah, blah, blah. You know, correct. When you look at a neurosurgical drill, where you could just buy for partially $5,000 US, and you dip in at the treasury and take out 31 million Jamaican dollars for your neurosurgical drill. When you look at the almost system on, hey, let me tell you, some Jamaican, let me see the run round on you know. Believe you me, you know. You understand? Trust me. These are now we understand why we spent 400 years in slavery. The plantation slave and the house slave. Because the house slave, he said, he or she better than the plantation slave. So you could plan to go under the plantation and the house slave, everything go tell Buckra Master. And Buckra Master keep on suppress and oppress the plantation slave. This is what is happening with crony capitalism and owners. Right? Christopher Tufton, Darrell Vaz, you know, so you're the trigger man in there. You and James Robertson are the trigger man. Both of you are the trigger man. Dip in at the treasury. When you look at Darrell Vaz and see how Darrell Vaz and monitor X amount of GLP account in a SSL, rob investors, you know, thief. You people are robbers, you are pirates, you are criminals. And you need to pay for all these things. We need to see you out. Can you justify to the people why you, Darrell Vaz, monitoring so many GLP accounts in SSL? Can you tell the people why you are doing it? And then you are using money out of that to send your daughter to university. Can you imagine? Investors' money. Because you believe that you can manipulate investors. Because you're government. You're big and you're bad. You understand? And you can go on the platform and you can trick. You can wipe your finger on their neck. And you can say you're a killer Vaz. Because you can intimidate people and people prefer that you because you name killer Vaz. And you can tell the Portland people, say, Portland, a Vaz land. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the level of your wickedness? Eh? You're supposed to pass prison. You know? You're supposed to go in a prison and never come back out. You know? You understand the amount of evil and the harm that you have done Jamaican people in a direct Vaz. You want Andrew Wallace, you know? You're supposed to put in a prison and lock and never to return as the sunlight. You know? And that needs to happen to you guys. You know? You understand? You don't need to face the judiciary. Because Andrew Wallace, I am telling you, I am betting you that any day you go into the judiciary, you cannot explain your source of wealth. Any day you put into the judiciary, Andrew Wallace, You cannot explain how ADMAT attain its wealth. You can't. You can't. And Jamaican people sit down with you on the ballot. Eh? Jamaican people accept you on the ballot. Then you can't explain your source of wealth. In 2007 to 2009, when you're Minister of Education, you buy 5 or 6 property, but your pay is only $5 million per year. And you spend $50 million to buy how much property. Come on, Jamaica. Oh, we want to we're not using the brain. Come on, Jamaica. Eh? Take out the politics out of this. Be patriotic. Ask Andrew Wallace between 2007 to 2009, when Andrew Wallace was the Minister of Education, how Andrew Wallace was able to purchase 5 properties over $50 million when he's getting only $5 million per year, people. Eh? People would have followed Andrew Wallace, you should have shame like a dog, unless you know say you know a big time criminal too. Then we understand that. Because if you don't endorse him, you don't endorse criminality. If you endorse Andrew Wallace anytime, you are endorsing criminality. That is what you are endorsing. Anybody who would support Andrew Wallace. Because you must ask yourself the question. Let me ask you who would support Andrew Wallace. Let me ask you the question. If you were getting $5 million as the Ministry of Education, I want you to look into the mirror tonight. Go and stop in front of the mirror and ask yourself the question. If I were getting $5 million between 2007 to 2009, $5 million. Between 2007 to 2009, 3 years. So if 3 years, let me put some sense in our head. If 3 years, Andrew Wallace gained all the salary and never used $1, he would have gotten $15 million. Let me put it this way. And let us help Andrew Wallace. If Juliet Wallace was even getting $5 million and saved their money and did not touch $1, both of them will get $30 million for the 3 years. Make it to the months. So then, if both of them getting $30 million for the 3 years, how the earth and God earth, they were able to buy 5 properties valued over $50 million without having a mortgage. And run behind Andrew Wallace. Eh? Andrew Wallace want to sit down in front of me stick and make me stick question him. Tell him to come for the chat. Give him an invitation to come and tell Morgan to come and ask Morgan some of them questions. As a matter of fact, tell the KC lawyer Tom Tavares to come. Make them answer this question when I ask them. For 3 years, 2007 to 2009, Andrew Wallace would get $5 million per year as a Ministry of Education. And if you add up that, Andrew Wallace will use $1 and you have that $15 million. And put Juliet Wallace, and let us say that Juliet Wallace was also getting $5 million. $30 million between both of them. How the hell they are buying properties for $50 million? Who don't make it make sense? Who don't make it make sense? Ask Andrew Wallace that. Come out and explain that. Right? That's why I'm telling you it's dinosaurial politics. They are dinosaurs, big and small brain. We are now in the digital age, and social media is going to hold them on checks and balance. You understand what I'm saying? Remember, when I was investigating, Mr. Sensation, was the person who speaks to the Integrity Commission in terms of asking the Integrity Commission, how did you come to have Andrew Wallace statutory declaration certified for 2020? And yet, is 2021 cannot be certified. I was the one who asked that. And they responded that they were understaffed. So when I am saying that when you look at Andrew Holness running $470 million through NCB in 2020, Andrew Holness is telling the Integrity Commission investigators that you only have $172 million in total assets. Jamaica, wake up! Wake up! Andrew Holness is a thief! $472 million through NCB in 2020. Between 2020 to 2023. $470 million. And in 2020, the man statutory declaration that tell us that his total asset that he submit to the Integrity Commission is $173 million. You know, so the man lied to the Integrity Commission investigators. Eh? You know, so the man lied. You know, so the man outrightly lie. So then, if he cannot explain it well to the Integrity Commission investigators, make it make sense. How did he explain his source of funds going through NCB to the NCB authority? How did he do that? Money laundering. Michael Hitchin assist him. So the bank has to answer. The bank has to answer. And if the bank has to answer, me know that they can BOJ, the Bank of Jamaica. You, BOJ, you provide oversight as it relates to NCB. You provide oversight for the banking sectors. So how did you miss this? How did you miss this, BOJ? How did you miss the $4 million run through NCB? Where the oversight there? Where the oversight there? This is what Andrew Holness do. Putting people in places to break the system and rob taxpayers. You never see it? BOJ, you never see it? BOJ. You provide oversight to the banking system. You never see that $470 million run through Andrew Holness. Did Andrew Holness explain the source of wealth? Then why Andrew Holness explain the source of wealth to NCB, but refrain from explaining the source of wealth to the Integrity Commission? Why? Why is that? You tell me why is that? Andrew Holness, you need to take your friggin' name off of the ballot. You need to take for yourself. Take for yourself because you only stand up in the space and interfere with the integrity with the investigation. PSOJ, we don't see it in the private sector of Jamaica. We don't see that. Eh? If we can't challenge Mark Golden because Mark Golden push your hand in pants and I tuck down his shirt, I don't have that. We don't have that spread it on social media. Want to Andrew Holness for the rabbit country? Yo, this sink me, man. Want to Andrew Holness for the rabbit country? I'm not talking about my goal and I shove them where blah blah blah. You Keisha Mac, when you rob the municipal, you Keisha Mac, when you don't feet, hey, listen to me, Jamaica. Let me just calm down. Let me calm down. Melting pot.
Yeah.
Opening batsman.
Well said, Sir Byron. All the points that you touch upon are points that are very, very valid and need to be looked at thoroughly, you know, and also we need to have some investigation commence when the time comes in regards to everything we just said, because it's plain and obvious, you know, what Andrew Holness has, you know, formulated within his party. He has formulated a gang of criminals, high-profile criminal. You understand? So you can't have a ministry like health are run with $920 billion unaccounted for and expect to get result as it relates to a good healthcare system. So with that shortfall coming, yeah, we know what was gonna happen. You're going to have the whole system breakdown and people going to get frustrated and fed up with the working environment and seek greener pastures elsewhere. So it's not that tough tongue of any authoritative come and tell we say huge offer of salary pulling Jamaican healthcare personnel away from our country. No tough tongue, you're lying. It's the huge money we want to thief, the $920 billion. That is what driving away our healthcare workers from the country. Because there's nothing left for them to, you know, accumulate from what we left back in the coffers. We can't pay the people them. We can't provide them with a good working environment. Them not have the tools to work it to begin with. You can't imagine me turn up a job at a carpenter. Yeah, I work with a company. And them said just turn up. Them not tell me to bring no tool. And when we go there, I can't find a hammer to strike a nail. Me not go feel good. And it's a reoccurring theme. Day in, day out, we not know hammer. I might tell me to use board, not nail. So this is what mash up the healthcare, the 920 billion, yeah? Because we know no government should not use any unauthorized person to manage the country's affair as it relates to our money, especially. And Trapper John is one, you know, illicit people what we see in a government business, and many more of them. So the healthcare must suffer. And at the extent of the government who see it fit to continue with the robbery. From the time we've been highlighting Cornwall Regional Hospital as an entity that is designed to steal money from the taxpayers, Andrew should have taken stock and stop it, man, Christopher Tough Tongue. But them use it over 2 period. Now I know we have a HS2 high-speed rail initiative in the UK, and that is, you know, over a 7-year period. And hundreds of miles of rail track. And me I talk about them at do all type of damming up to put bridge and overcrossing and all them things there. And that going complete less than Beryllium Hospital. So we will ask the question again to Andrew Holness, Christopher Tough Tongue. What has happened? Why the health system reached the stage right there? We don't need to bring back Dunstan Bryan as well, because I have a lot to answer to. But we notice when we chop the money on the runway, because Andrew them have some people that work for them, you know. This is what is happening in our society. Dunstan Bryan can't do nothing more than carry out orders recommended, you know, from Andrew, you know. I saw it run. So you find, so well then now, you see Michael Leach in runway. You see Nigel Clark runway. You see Patrick Fitzgerald runway. You see Dunstan Bryan at runway. And many more people gone. The people who play a part in the corruption, them leave. Yes. So we are called upon the authority now. At time we no go for them people here. We are echo the sentiment, we are show the document. We put it up. Yes, my brother.
What a point, David. Let me just make the caller because the caller is waiting for a long while. So let me just speak to the caller and then I'll get back to the point. All right, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Yes, man. Big up tonight. Big up all the panel, everybody. Mr. Byron and your wife and Melting Pat, Sister Spinks and Pastor Ricky. Yeah, man. This is Richard Reed. I always blog on the line there. But let me tell you something. What I want to happen right now in Jamaica I'm in Canada right now.
Yes.
But what I want to happen in Jamaica right now is for the opposition leader, Mark Golding, the PMP, my party from birth. I want them to get together, find some way of sending out letter to the Prime Minister, make certain say the election must be called even before September 3rd. And if they can't call that election, then there must be some form of foreign intervention so that they can get rid of this thieving Andrew Honis. I don't afraid to call him a thief because he's a thief. He want to sue me, he sue me. But he's a thief because if you can't declare your declare your asset to the commission, then that simply means that you're a thief. You're having something hide.
Yeah, hold on the corner. I don't believe he's a thief. I believe he's a criminal.
But thief and criminal are the same thing. A thief is a thief. And guess what happened?
I'm just joking.
He lied. Guess what happened? He lied. He's lying. So liar and thief walk at the same road.
Exactly.
Right? And what is going on with, I never see this could happen in, right now Michael Manley must be turning in 9 graves.
Remember me tell you.
To see what is going on in Jamaica right now.
Exactly.
I can tell you how I know that the worst time in the history of Jamaica was from Seaga becomes Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Tell truth.
When Seaga come, I can tell you something. I don't afraid to hide my age. I'm going on 62 September coming. And there was a thing where Michael Manley, they have the training center and all those things. And I remember I was going to graduate from school and I registered to go to the training center to finish up with my carpentry and joinery work that I used to do. And Seaga come to power the 30th of October, Thursday the 30th of October, 1980. And by January 1981, he locked down the training center.
My God.
In which September, that year, 81, I was supposed to go into the training center. And let me tell you something, it was 1989, after Michael Manley come back to power. That's the time training center open up back. And then come back. This Prime Minister was under the influence of Seaga. This present Prime Minister was under the influence of Seaga.
Yes, you're correct.
And this Prime Minister right now, in worse, let me tell you something, Seaga did bad, but this is one worse.
Yes, man.
This is the worst in the history of Jamaica.
In the Caribbean.
You have to find some way. No, you know what I want Mark Golding to do now? He have to get some way, find some way of writing some letter because of all of these things. Send it to some people in America or all over the England, Canada, all over the world. And if this man can't come to the letter, then in calling and ask, especially this general election coming up, you know what I want you guys to do and everybody to do is to make certain say you have a motorcade from every polling station to guide the vote. The voter, because he will find some way and let people go and throw it over in Gully and so on, and then end up he becomes the Prime Minister again. You guys have to open up your eyes and look. Jamaican people, I'm calling on you.
Yeah.
Jamaican people, and don't let this guy fool you. He's going around cutting ribbon. I don't know how he not cut himself. Because he's cutting ribbon, these ribbon that he's cutting and say he's doing things. I don't think Jamaican people could be so fool to let this man fool them again and becomes and get a third term.
Exactly.
This man must go to prison, man.
Must.
I'm telling you, man, I go to school and grow up in Jamaica, and let me tell you something. I was I'm a PMP man. I never vote JLP yet. And I will never vote PHP. If there's any way I see PMP not doing anything, you bet I don't vote. And I know under Mark Golding right now, Mark Golding coming just like Michael Joshua Manley.
Amen.
I'm telling you,
And
if people don't want to see him and this guy becomes the prime minister and they make this thieving guy go back there, dog nyam their supper. So I'm gonna turn over back to the panel, but let me tell you something.
Right.
Find some way. If I didn't have Mark Golding number, I would call him and have a good talk with him.
Okay.
But I don't have his number. Yeah. And if there's any way I could get, this is my number. This is my Canadian number and my Jamaican number. If there's any way I can text it to you on this number and find some way and let Mark Golding call me. Okay. Or I call him. I would like to get Mark Golding number to let him know what to do to make certain say he check out everything before the election. Because this guy will thief milk out of coffee.
All right.
You know, I'm telling you, I don't scare them. Maybe online right now, listen to me and whatsoever. Maybe get me number, call me, and we tell him say my thief.
All right.
And the worst prime minister in the history of Jamaica. But they don't like dedication from Bustamante days, saltfish, and come back here right now. Them don't. Let me tell you something. I'm a guy grew up in Jamaica. I'm a PMP, born PMP, grew up PMP, and if life lasts until the breath leave my body, I'm a PMP.
All right.
JLP government is the worst. I wish I could get to come down to Jamaica to get to vote. I don't know how it's gonna work yet, but I wish I could get to come and vote when the next election call. So you take care and the whole panel and everyone I know, make certain say no make no mistake. Put the X beside the head.
There you go. All right.
All right. So take care, guys, and I'm still in the class listening.
Thank you. Blessings. Yes, Melting Pot.
Okay, blessings.
All right. Blessings.
I would like when caller can call in and interact on the program and share them one perception about the Prime Minister. And them right, you know. Yeah. We want some farmer motorcade behind the ballot box. Them. We said long time to, you know, because we don't want to can with the election, you know, but we try to thief the election. That's where we have to be mindful of. We know him can't win, but we try to steal it. But, you know, China the mids not now go on like that because Andrew weak out, you know. Mark's God to give him the energy. Him weak out because things are wear him down at night time, you know. This whole heap of billions of dollars were missing and him know him involved in it. That wear him down, him and Juliet. You understand? Because as me say, we have to find a way to arrest these guys. We want the justice system now to start show its full worth and potential. To start show so we'll have some level of integrity within it. Because Andrew and all of who we are talking about, them are criminal and every policeman in Jamaica know that. And we now have an Andrew Constabulary Force, we have a Jamaica Constabulary Force. And if any other citizen in Jamaica commit the high level of criminality, like what we say Andrew and Tufton and them guys they are going with, I sure know them they would have been behind bars long time. So it must apply to Andrew because we can't have two Jamaica. You know, see it, one for the rich and one for the poor. So we know say Andrew forget lock up and we have begged the authorities, the powers that being, yeah. We call for more can see tax and all them people and me not see them put no effort to go forward. You understand? So we all go hope rest with the Integrity Commission. And we know them are going to apply the pressure when Marky G take the reign. You understand? Yes, so I just say the right, you know, we know. So we just ask the comrade people for just steadfast in our, you know, thought process. Make sure no one keep the fire burning, same way blood and fire comrade. Yeah, and we are marching to a victory.
All right.
I yield back the floor.
Melting Pot. Sister Pinks, before I squeeze you in, let me squeeze in Sister Pat is on the line because you know when Sister Pat come down, you know, people getting a little bit whipping with their belt or with our belt. Sister Pat, you're on the line, Mystic Sensation Live.
Yeah, man. Good night, to everyone. Blessed night to everyone. Well, I have three topics I want to touch upon.
All right.
First one, Keisha Mack. You say you're a Christian. Let me tell you something. They ask you, please, come off a Marky G. Marky G, they on campaign and him a ruffle and shop and him clothes pull up. and him a fixing clothes. That is show you say, him is the integrity boss. He never go for showing skin.
There you go.
He showing body between wife and his wife alone.
All right.
So him no want, to fix, don't look nowhere. Any man no best baby father. Him man no girl bubble gum. One woman bubble gum. Sandra Bowling bubble gum. You understand? So because him have dignity, integrity, he make sure put himself together. Him is not like your teasing boss. Where unless him took off the whole out uno all about when he know I'm going to work I want to not qualify for and find himself in a problem now where uno can't help him. You know, she said that happen. That's why me no want someone who come tell me about the church. Thing you do on that church, no damn thief and lie. Right? Christopher tough time, you are the next one. We had crisis in a problem long time. But the Cuban doctor, nurse, them in dialysis. Where then there? You left and you go run one of the MSP around so. We around so down yonder. So you're going to look doctor and nurse. And you're going to employ 700 doctor. 700. Where then there?
All dirty liar.
So now you come and tell about health sector and a crisis. Answer. You're a wicked, correlate, cancelable man. I'm going to tell you now, the crown the people is up on your shoulder. Refuse. You are the other one, but let me tell you something. Nyam you can't yam no and drink. Because your days are numbered. Fear black and a one. You said this grace to Jamaica. You know, be the cliff rule where we go up and listen and read news and accurate information. What come over you? But then 10 right after we get then I get no more. And your life's not going to take what you can't feel. You understand?
Yeah.
I want people we are sent lawsuit to Andrew Wallace, the more your people them are send lawsuit, it's going to make you lose the election further. Andrew Wallace, you know, not send your teeth till you turn fool. You know, notice every time you open your mouth. You tough up your foot in your mouth. You have a big ugly bus them, a parade road. School now open, but you bus them on road. You feel like we are idiots? And Joel is not no way you can do. No matter if you even call everybody and give them $10 million. You're living in the US. Nobody now vote for you more than dunce and an idiot and your crony them. I don't know mind narrative. And you depend on the security force. The security force is banned like you and me. So they have mama, brother, uncle, sister, pitney, wife, husband. Them are going to vote you out because you overwork them and not pay them. They're tired of you. The only reason why them have to do little work because they sign and then stress them up, keep and them got this. They're tired of you. Don't to them when they're around you, tired of you. Because people love their country, people want better for them pitney. And then still, Andrew Wallace, your sick dog, come up. Andrew Wallace, your sick drunk, come up. You're the worst thing that the whole, in the whole universe. You bring down the Caribbean, you bring down Jamaica. You know, I tell you about choose Jamaica. Jamaica choose we because we born. We are rescue Jamaica. Get that in your brain. You know, take 1.4 billion as card to buy all bus. Why would you never pay a teacher, them police, nurse, doctor, police and soldier? Make you no wicked so. You know, see say money road of all evil and no TV. You can't make a court and me never do you nothing. Me not even know you good you can't make a court. You corny them take time and run with. A man from Grace gone. Don't stand Brian gone. Michael gone. Bailey gone. Who left to go? Bleaching gone too. And some more gone and like quiet. What we not hear about yet. I you say uno permanent secretary. I never know say so uno it type of job wanna have. God bless me stick them. Uno need to hold accountable for everything we happen at the ministry them. I never know the role of a permanent secretary. God bless Mystic them. God bless Ratigan them. Can we just hear the blasted me a permanent secretary? We think we know go print paper. All right, don't we didn't know so uno signature to money. So no part so uno good on to just like on a woman when him Kamika Prince. Or when he lock up hand to one side and lock him up. And if he give me $100 billion in a helping in career tarnish permanently, not only in Jamaica, but the whole Caribbean. When he apply if you want to work, them are going to look which party me serve. How long he served there and what went today. Paul Llewellyn, you are the nether one. Look how you're so lucky. You're so not lucky, privileged to be the first female DPP. What a privilege for a parents to have a child and to see a child serving that capacity. But you come out worse, you come out like a lapdog. This is the most disgraceful thing. Look how much people your Lego will rape our people pick me. Boy and girl. And them a turn it around and push it back in. Well, it go in permanent and nothing go come out. You understand? Permanent it go in and it not gonna come out. So let me tell you now, uno blackers, Andrew Holness, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, you need to tell your blackers them to stop doing what they are doing because they only hurt you. They're not the one on the ballot. It is the member of parliament them, your candidate them, and you and it only hurt you. Because when you go around and tear down people think, it make people get vile. And say, they're not going to vote PMP, I go vote PMP. And when they said, they're not going to vote, they're not going to vote. And when they not spring last week by 10,000 viewers and people, them come out, come vote. I never go tell them people to vote. Who would have and say, make sure you don't vote PMP, you know, if you don't vote PMP, I send back down here. And nobody no want to lose that. So them go vote PMP. You know, stop it. Come fear in the name of Jesus, stop it. And you only stop it every time you take up a mic and say, yeah, cut ribbon, yeah, broke bone. And you only we can't take no quick. Every time it is a broke. Yeah, wake up there and quick them, brother. Stop it. Because if you go cut ribbon, so what? Yeah, broke, so what? When them the project that will start? And the only people have sense. God bless social media. 2020, you put out Era Clock, and him pick up when Keisha Mock, and it's chopping black, and it's where God bless Mystic Ratigan, we alone them, Andrea Lewis and topic. God bless you, no wife and pitney and family, to send to Jamaica. And we wake up. We are band with belly, we are yummy butter and dumpling and flour. We are yummy and drinking dirty water when we give it. Because that's the pipeline. Better in there. We are talking about Marky G hungry before. Marky G no hungry. Marky G no broke. Marky G come off a good table. You know to use knife and fork. Boy, you toe you take yam. You understand? There's nothing on a big disgrace. Me say you're born and you grow here. You're born in the 70s. I'm say you're born after independent. And look where you put the country to. Bruce Golden, me still a little to you know. Because in time when you go make a mistake, we can forgive you, can probably you understand. But what you should have done is to make the thing run in the way the constitution and don't handpick nobody. Because Seaga in a long time say, Andrew is no good. You figure that Seaga you figure that. And you do everything and fight for power and get it. Look where you do now. Bruce Golding, Honorable Audit Bruce Golding, how you feel? I know you walk down with your head around. And you never intend to see the country come to this. You warn him at a conference and say, if you did get the political likes what him get, it would be different. But you didn't get it and you warn him and tell him about it. It is on tape. And look where him bring the country to.
Mighty God.
Look where him bring the country to. We have here just for right hand side. We can't buy food. We can't do nothing. People, and the panel, may I tell you now, again, Melting Pot, Mystic and his wife, Prince, Pastor Ricky, all the bloggers, may God continue to bless you, give you strength, give you vision to continue to help, because the work we are doing, is priceless. It is saving a nation, saving a country, and that will forever be with you guys. You have made a contribution second to none. No prime minister, no member of parliament, no pastor. Now do what you do. You know what we that we can make with good decision and see what is right from what is wrong. May God continue to bless you and the family and the picnic and the food basket will never empty. And I know you are going to live. So when I come here and say it is over, I say it is over, we are going to all sound the alarm. God bless you.
Love you, Sister P. Love your bud. All right, that was Sister P giving her powerful feedback as usual. Man. Passionate and caring, right, about her Jamaican brothers and sisters. Now let me just squeeze in Pinks here, right? Pinks, take it away from us. It seems like Pastor Ricky drop off. So
maybe has an internet problem. Yeah, maybe that's the issue. Well, first of all, let me talk to Tufton a little bit. Tufton, did you remember when when the nurses and some other medical staff were trying to get more pay? And what did you tell them? That they're not loyal to Jamaica, so they can leave if they wanted to. So they left. So why are you complaining now? You told them to leave, so they left. And then after that, you went to Cuba and got the Cuban medical staff to Jamaica. Try to remember the history that everybody brain shallow. I remember this thing that happened just a couple of years ago. Not everybody is as forgetful as you think. All right? No, Christopher Tufton, if Jamaicans cannot buy food and have a healthy diet, what is going to happen to them is that they're going to flood the health sector with lifestyle diseases. You do not have the machine to treat kidney stone, do anything like long-term treatment of diabetic patients. You don't have the medication for like insulin. We don't have anything here. Remember in COVID, people died because of lack of oxygen in the health sector. Remember that I have not forgotten. If other people forgot, I have not forgotten. The new babies that happened, die. We have not forgotten. Remember the furnaces at the hospitals are not working. I cannot say when last I looked through my window and I see that smoke rising from the Cornwall Regional Hospital, burning body parts and body waste. The Vatican was not lying. Tell us about all of these things, Tufton, when you come out here. It's just like our melting pot said, if the person turn up to work and the tools and equipment is not there, what are they to do? And if they can go overseas to greener pastures, what will they do?
Exactly.
No, let me come back to the Lord Chopper John, who should be mixing flour and water to make rye dumpling. All right? Now, Chopper John, Monday morning, I'm going to ask you, instead of coming up the hill at Mount Salem, just turn on Genevieve Boulevard and go by Summit Police Station and just walk into the fraud squad. Don't bother wait. Don't bother wait. Christopher McCurdy, that's your proper government name. Chopper John, your nickname. Scammer Latrin. Please just walk yourself into Summit Police Station to the fraud squad and say, I'm giving myself in because I've committed over $24 billion worth of fraud in Jamaica. That's what we know about. You understand me? Because there are things that we sure, just like how Keisha Mack do many transactions without anybody signing off on it or knowing anything about it. And because you're all mixed up into all of this scamming, parasites, scamming. No, I would like to ask the family members and the mothers and fathers of like people like Chopper John, if they're alive, and persons like mother and father for Keisha Mack. How do you feel today in 2025, knowing that your offspring is responsible for all the scamming of our taxpayers' money? And if them have children, I would like to ask your children, how do you feel to know that your parent is responsible for robbing us Jamaica and depriving us of a better system here? Because they were given jobs that they were not qualified for. They were given jobs that made them gatekeepers to our taxpayers' money. And what did they do? They they put themselves into the position that they could scam along with the Prime Minister and the Minister of their division and rob us. How cousins, aunts, uncles, everybody of these two bloggers, does these two I'm using right now, Chopper John and Keisha Mack, how do you feel to have a relative scamming left, right, and center? Because I am sure none of their relatives can go to Cornwall Regional Hospital right now and get kidney stones removed if they needed them to have them removed. Right now, if you have a kidney problem in St. James, can you go there and get an appointment to use a machine to filter your kidney? If you have a broken bone in St. James and go to Cornwall Regional Hospital, is there an X-ray machine working there? Blood test, urine test, where is it done? It's done off-site. GUS gets everything. My personal friend who I spoke to about her kidney stones today, she said to get it privately done, it's over 800,000 Jamaican dollars. And she's in pain from January until July now. Being shuffled from one hospital to another hospital, parish to parish. And Christopher Tufton talk about our good healthcare system. Why is Hero Clark not here getting good healthcare system? Being treated by the good healthcare system here. Hero Clark, Deputy Speaker, Dr. John Friend, why are you being treated overseas and not here? St. James people, voters in St. James, people in the diaspora who's coming home to vote for our 5 candidates here. We want St. James to go back to the orange. We want St. James to go back because we have 5 good candidates here. They're young, they're fresh, they're educated, and guess what happened? They are not fake. They are all real people. They don't put on fake a mask and come out there looking for your vote. They are real people. They're down to earth. They're approachable. They are reachable, and they are strong. In the chat, you have a pin message right there with a link to our website for Alan Bernard's donation for his campaign. I'm asking anybody who can make a donation because we have to send Horace Chang home into retirement because he, as Minister of Security, cannot pass the security at the airport. And that is a fact. Why would you vote for someone who can't pass the security at the airport? Why are there question signs over his head and in his passport? These are the things you must look on when you're voting for the people. No, let me ask again, my Jamaicans. When you go out there to vote, look at who you're voting for. Because in the next 6 weeks, we are due to have an election. By August 11th, Andrew's supposed to announce dates. And if not, there are other ways we can work it out. But we need election. It's due by September the 3rd. Andrew is trying to delay the election because guess what happened? He has a court date in October with the IC. And the override DPP is leaving office by September. And you know he put in his friend in the FID to try to see whatever they can maneuver and manipulate. No, Jamaica, we have to get this September election date because Andrew knows the longer he waits, is the less votes he's getting. Because every week there's 3 scandals, 3 embarrassing moments. Most Jamaicans now overseas are embarrassed to tell anybody that they are Jamaican because of Andrew. As Sister Pat said, all Jamaicans are embarrassed. You know how it is to feel to have a leader of your country who stole from a living legend, and he's taking the people who is asking him questions about his money, our money, to court just to avoid going to prison. 49 of them, plus the permanent secretaries and all the bangarang people them have over there, need to know they're going to spend their retirement in prison. No third term. Prison term, retirement, in prison. And I yield the floor to somebody else.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be where we have it for tonight, actually, because we actually passed 10. And we want to say big thanks for persons to come out and support us, right? Give us the energy, right? And so then, of course, you are the wheels beneath our feet to keep us moving and energizing us. I want to say a big thanks to the panel. You know, Pastor Ricky seems like he got dropped off, right? Internet issue, right? Sister Pinks and Melting Pot, right? The opening batsman. All right. So let's have Wifey close us out, right? Go ahead, Wifey.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much again for tuning in. Hope you have a wonderful, restful and blessed weekend. And I'm gonna say safe travel on the gravel to those in Jamaica, and for those who are elsewhere in the world, have a blessed and wonderful night. And we will see you. So today's Friday, right? Tomorrow, yeah, on Tuesday. Reason with Ratting on tomorrow, 2 p.m. Jamaican time, 3 p.m. New York time, and you know Mr. Lonesome have his show whatever time he comes on. So make sure you tune in, and also to all the other platforms that are blazing the fire, spreading the message. Please make sure you go out and support. So guys, have a wonderful and blessed weekend.
All right. Oh,
good night.
Good night.
Lessons.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want to right there that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.